very soon, and I will continue from there. After the speech, we will start our first interactive session. Ethics and human rights can help to manage and reduce the risk of climate action at the pace and scale needed to meet the 1.5 degree Celsius goal. The IPCC special report finds that the design of the mitigation portfolios and the policy instruments to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius will largely determine the overall synergies and trade-off between mitigation and sustainable development. Please, can we be quiet? In Energy Federation, we have been saying this is a less technical form of words for several years now, in order to reduce the risk posed to people and their development by climate action. All climate action has to be informed by human rights and equity. In fact, action to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal can go hand in hand and have multiple synergies with sustainable goal development, poverty reduction, focus on developing support for workers to cushion against redundancy, train in new skills and sustain employment in the bad-trust area. Ken and his union colleagues even succeeded in securing the creation of a national program to recognize and certify the skills and competence of the mining workers. As a result, Kenny and many of his friends and co-workers secured new jobs in Albert Hall Sand, thousands of miles away from the bachelors. But they didn't manage to create new jobs that will allow them to stay at home. And many members of the community did not want to leave or couldn't leave due to family commitment and ties. Marriages and family broke up as many in the community moved away to find work and bad felt lost soul. So for Ken, age 56, it was hard to leave home. As he says, even us old guys get homesick. Now, Ken is a union leader in Fort MC Murray in Alberta, where he moved with his wife to find work. He realized that 3,500 Oita, where he moved with his wife, Oita sad workers will soon face the same plight as the Banff-based colleagues. He knew climate change is real and his fossil fuels have a limited future. Most of the workers in the Fort MC Murray have moved out of necessity, and as they lost the jobs in other mines and field industries, in Ken words, they knew the tide is coming in. They just want to go prepare themselves to move on a new job. You believe that preparation is way better than resistance. Sharon Burr, the General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation, echoes Ken's calls for cooperation and partnership with workers to show a just transition. She knows it can work, and in her native Australia, the town of Port Augusta faced the closure of coal just fire situations in which the local economy depended. In 5 years leading up to the plant closure in 2016, the workers, local businesses, citizens and the union came together to forge a just transition plan. The plan was informed by research that found that a solar thermal plant was the best option for the smooth skill transfer from coal-planted power plant and for a long-term clean energy solution. If solar plants will create 1,800 jobs and save 5 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. But it also support the wider community to thrive and reap the benefits of the zero carbon future. The need for just a transition has risen in the last few weeks in context of peat production here in Iran for decades. Because the community all around the mainland have earned a living and served people of Ireland by harvesting it to eat our homes and our industry. However, we now know that it is the worst of fuel falls we burn for energy. The motive to end our food harvesting practices is stable. We generate less energy per ton than coal and produces higher CO2 emission per unit. Burning it is inefficient and polluting way of creating energy. It is no economic argument for maintaining it as a fuel source or substituting its production. Although 2016, the sector received 115 million euros in subsidies to generate pipe fuel electricity. However, the need for a urgent end to fight extraction must not undermine the right of the community whose lives are dependent on the bugs. There needs to be a long-term strategy in place that ensures that the rights and dignity of people whose lives are dependent on this there needs to be a long-term strategy in place that ensures the rights and dignity of people whose lives are impacted by this transition. With the rights supported from the government and through partnership with workers and unions, but Namuna has the opportunity to plan and deliver a just transition strategy to end the use of peat for energy production by 2028 or even earlier. Key national experiences show the importance of dialogue, partnership and planning in shaping a just transition. So the imperative is to start planning now. I'm pleased to be an honorary leader of a group of business called the B Team. Our mission is to catalyze a way of doing business for the well-being of people and planning. I co-chair the B Team's working group in Net Zero mission that aims to reduce emissions by zero by 2050 through just transition. Business leaders that join this progressive mean coming to ensure that the ambitious transition plans account for the positive and negative workers of and just in partnership with to ensure that the just fair and companies giving their leadership including it is just fair and companies giving its leadership including caring. They share their progress and experiences towards the goal of the urbanization and just urbanization. And work in the partnership with stakeholders to ensure the transition is just and fair. Companies giving its leadership include they share their progress and experiences towards the they shape our progresses and experiences towards the twin goal of urbanization and just transition with their peers and compare the long-term robot in their progress they are making. The finest first project is published in January this year shows companies taking their initial steps to understand and plan for just transition. They are doing this by the Just Transition Guide for Business, whether by the Just Guide and the third guide. They are doing this informed by the Just Transition Guide will be developed by the Just Transition Guide for the International Trade in Congress and the team service, as well as the International Labour Organization realized for the Just creation. progress reports shows companies on the just transition pathway. They have a long way to go, but they are sharing what they are learning along the way in the hope of inspiring others to follow their lead. For example, Natura, a beauty company based in Brazil, invites its workers to train workers, which is essentials and discuss its net zero plan and how it could affect the workforce and the wider community. Social dialogues and the right to participate lie in the hands of the just tradition. The worst thing a company can do is deny its chair is going to happen and fail to repair and engage workers, suppliers, and the wider community for it. And the wider community for it, the inevitable. Coal miners, oil, gas, and petrol workers wanted to have an active role in deciding what they want their future to be. It cannot be imposed on them. It takes time, investment. They will choose their future. The real community remains vibrant and workers need support to reskill, access training to find new jobs, or if close to retirement age. To gain early access to their pension, the right to participate to be part of the decision making is key. Just Transition Center and BTVS Business Guide is just transition team identified three key companies and businesses need to take in addition to having clear policies and plans in both climate actions and human rights. I present this briefly now and commend them to all involved in shaping a just transition in Irish and international context. The first step is to engage workers and unions as well as government, communities and civil society in a just transition planning dialogue. Second is to plan with all stakeholders to develop a concrete time-bound company and sectional strategy for a just transition. Second, finally, all stakeholders must enact strategy. Social protection will be critical to protect people who lose their job while they reskill and find a job. There is a role for government to provide three social protection systems, but also for companies to ensure the contribution and tax are paid in full so that workers can claim health benefits. Social welfare pension investment will also be needed in education and training so that the oil and gas workers of today, for example, can retain and upskill as a solar engineer, an IT specialist, or whatever they want to reinvent themselves as. Change is, as to know, inevitable, and planning for it is key as both Mona moves to seize the opportunity. Its renewable and fossil fuel free future parallel efforts must ensure that the workers are supported in finding the path to their future too. As it draws down its pit business, I believe that it can as well in advance in 2030 target. It needs to spearhead a collaborative and inclusive effort to develop new businesses to support the low carbon economy and create 400 to 500 jobs per midday. We can look to Spain for inspiration. Where the government recently announced plans to shut down most of its coal mines at the end of the year after government union struck a peace that means 250 million will be invested in just transition in mining organs over the next decade. This type of investment is crucial for if we adopt a leave no leave method approach to the situation transition from coal, peat, and gas in Ireland. A core principle of climate justice is the right to participate in climate decision making. This is why it is imperative to engage all stakeholders, government, workers, business, citizens, and unions in dialogue which lies ahead to engage, to plan and enact a just transition together so that the fear is minimized and replaced with hope and opportunity. It is very difficult for people to change what they are used to and move into a new system. Ultimately, we must reimagine not just how we plan our economy and our society, but how we build fairer structure that ensure all people can be part of the transition to a fairer and safer world. We need to move rapidly to zero carbon future. We either do that justly or unjustly. It is no longer an option. We need to move to zero carbon technology. A just transition will leave no one behind, not the patrons in Odus community, the miners in Port Augusta, or the pit workers in the Midlands or Ireland. A just transition will uphold rights and will empower people to play their part in achieving a zero carbon world. The UN Declaration for Human Rights states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. In times of great change, those rights must be protected. This year, the declaration is 17 years old. The world has changed immeasurably in that period of time. However, the principle and values that underpins that declaration and shared community remain more relevant than ever. Two of the many great women who inspired me in my life, Ellen Roosevelt, who led the process that resulted in UN Declaration of Human Rights after World War II, and Wangari Maathai, a leader of the Green Belt movement in Kenya. I leave you with the words of inspiration of each of them. Firstly, from Ellen Roosevelt, in the speech that she gave in Sorbonne in Paris in 1956, she said, "The future must see the broadening of human rights throughout the world. People who have grasped freedom will never be content until they have secured it for themselves. In a surest sense, human rights are fundamental objects of law and government in a just society." Wangari Maathai picked up the same sentiment a built up decade later when she said, "In the course of history, there comes a time when humanity is called upon to switch to a new level of consciousness. To reach higher moral ground, that time is now." And with that, we come to the end of the creative responses to climate change, a marketplace for ideas. In this keynote address by Mary Robinson in 5th of November 2018, the following lessons are learned. Global struggle for climate change. Climate change affects all communities around the world. I've been stating since day before that climate change is a situation that affects all countries of the world. There is no country that is free from climate change, and so we need to take climate action. It is essential to recognize climate change, that climate change is already violating human rights, and that future violation will increase unless immediate action is taken to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Please, can someone put on that AC? Personal responsibility for climate action. Individuals should take climate change personally and adopt sustainable practices such as reducing consumption, reusing, recycling, and becoming more energy efficient. Personal actions can create pressure on government to take more substantial climate action. Just transition for fossil fuel industry. The shift to a low carbon in the economy can be based on a just transition, where workers and community in fossil fuel industry are considered. Social dialogue, participation, commitment to human rights are essential in the process to ensure workers' livelihood are protected along this transition. Workers in stakeholders, all stakeholders, including employers, workers, unions, communities, government, and social society must have a just transition planning dialogue. The social protection and investment in education, training, and are crucial to support workers in finding new opportunities. empowerment through participation. The right to participate in climate decision making is vital for building a just transition. Engaging all stakeholders is fosters hope and opportunity and minors fear during transition process. Upholding human rights in times of significant change, it is essential to protect human rights and ensure that rights are upheld through transition to a zero carbon future. Inspirational leaders. Inspirational leaders like Eleanor Roosevelt and Marcia provide guidance in the support of broadening human rights and achieving a higher moral ground in addressing climate change. Unity in action. A global consensus and collaboration are required to create a fairer and safer world. Climate change requires collective effort, and no one should be left behind in the transition to sustainable future. Call to action. The keynote address by Mary Robinson, delivers a compelling act of action that remains relevant in this modern day. It urges individuals, communities, governments, business to take critical steps to address climate change and promote climate justice. Here are some key calls to action inspired by our spirit. Personal responsibility. Each individual must take the issue of climate change personally and commit to reducing their consumption, reusing, recycling, and becoming more energy efficient. Small actions taken collectively can lead to significant positive impact on the environment. Pressure on government. Citizens must put pressure on their government to take bold and effective measures to eradicate greenhouse gas emissions and protect natural carbon sinks. Active engagement and advocacy can push for stronger climate policies and commitment. Just transition. In the transition to low carbon economy, the need of workers and communities depend on the fossil fuel industry must be prioritized. Government and businesses should collaborate with unions and affected communities to ensure just transition that supports workers in reskilling and finding new jobs. Engagement and dialogue. Social engagement and right to participation are crucial in the decision-making process related to climate action. Government, businesses, unions, civil society must engage in inclusive dialogue. Dialogue has to be inclusive, all inclusive, and must be taking place regularly. Alright? To develop effective and fair strategies for sustainable future. Investments in renewable energy. We need to invest in clean and safe energy. In other words, renewable energy. Such as solar, wind, hydropower, and hydropower. Governments and businesses should prioritize and support the development of renewable energy infrastructure. Social protection. During this transition period, the citizens should be socially protected. Global collaboration, climate increase awareness and understanding of climate change is crucial. Education and public awareness campaign can empower individuals to take informed actions and make sustainable choices. Business leadership. Companies should take a leadership role in adopting sustainable practices and incorporating just transition plans, transparency and accountability in reporting, process report, decarbonization, and just transition goals that are vital. Sustainable development. Climate action can be integrated into broader sustainable development strategies and a focus to reduce inequality and poverty while addressing environmental challenges. By aiding these calls to action, individuals and communities can communicate to global movements needed to secure climate justice and protect both people and plants from the impact of climate change. With that, we've come to the end of Mary Roberson's address. Embracing the stranger, a call for compassionate leadership in migration reform. We just finished looking at climate change, let's look at migration. Embracing the stranger, a call for compassionate leadership in migration reforms, and it's by Justin Webley. In this thought-provoking and emotionally charged speech delivered on May 10, 2022 by Justin Webley, the esteemed Archbishop of the Canterbury, critical issues concerning migration, refugees, and international cooperation take center stage with a passionate plead for a long-time strategic approach to addressing the challenges of migration. The speech reflects the urgency of the situation and need for global solidarity. Archbishop Webley eloquently critiqued a particular bill on migration. The speech reflects the urgency of situation and the need for global solidarity. Archbishop Webley criticized a particular bill on migration, emphasizing the potential consequences of UK interest, reputation, and moral responsibility towards those seeking protection. As it dives into the speech core, the audience is drawn into a compelling narrative that changes the nation's role in shaping the world's responses to pressing global issues. Through profound insight and a call for collaborative solutions, the Archbishop urged the UK to lead into compassion, empathy, the nation's legacy of justice and humanitarianism. As we dive into the speech and significance of its message becomes increasingly apparent, inspiring a transformative call to action in the face of one of the defining challenges of our time. Source: web pages of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Speech. My Lord, we need a bill to reform migration. We need a bill to stop the boats. We need a bill to disrupt the tribes of traffickers. The tragedy that is without much change is that is not. This is not that bill. This bill fails utterly to take a long-term and strategic view on the challenges of migration and undermines international cooperation rather than taking an opportunity for the UK to show leadership as we did in 1951. There are too many problems for one speech in this bill, and the retired Reverend Prentice, the Bishop of the Durham, the Bishop of the Gotha, will speak on other issues. But I hope the government will listen to these speeches today, pointing out some of the issues, including the eloquent and detailed speech by the Noble Lord Coker. The existing global conventions and agreements need updates in response to crisis we face today. Now, why inadequate? What those conventions offer is a baseline from which we build a globally shared understanding of what protection must be given to refugees. They are not inconvenient obstructions get right by legislative means necessary. Legal compatibility is a question of the irrelevant lawyers among your lordship. It does not require a lawyer to see what is suggested is a dramatic departure from what is ever envisaged in international law since 1951. Even if this bill successfully in temporarily stopping the boat, I don't think it will by itself, but let alone the conflict is already causing will lead to at least 800 million more refugees by 2050. And what if other countries of the international system that protect refugees, is this what they want the United Kingdom contribution to be in our leadership? Currently, 80% of refugees are still in the global south, protected by the poorest countries in the world. Of course, we cannot take everyone and nor should we, but this bill has no sense at all in the long term and the global nature of the challenge that the world faces. It ignores the reality that migration should be engaged with all sources as well as in channel, as we as a country were unrelated to the rest of the world. If a serious bill not a whole of government bill, it does not draw in conflict management and prevention, which drives migration. It does not draw in climate impact, which drives in mitigation and conflict. It is isolationist. It is morally unacceptable and politically impractical to let the poorest countries deal with the crisis alone and cut our international aid. Now, nor is there any measure in this bill for engaging the criminal gangs of traffickers directly and indirectly, offensively, rather than trusting simply to what happens to the unpredictability of market forces, as if attackers are rationally trained economic actors and not appalling criminals. There must be a safe legal rule put in place to ensure illegal safe routes begin to be attacked. We cannot wait for the years that will take place before that happens. My lord, the bill is an attempt at a short-term fix. It risks a great damage to the UK interest and reputation at home and abroad, let alone the interest of those in need of protection, or the nation who need together face challenge. Our interests as a nation are closely linked to our reputation for justice and rule of law, and to our mayor language, calm decisions, careful legislation. None of those are seen here. My lord, this is an attempt to a short-term fix. Long-term, globally coordinated solution must be the pathway to provide this nation should be read to be part of the way forward. This nation should be led internationally, not stand apart. I tend to table amendments at committee stage, which including a plan for combating traffickers and working for international partners to look at updating the 1951 Convention. Nevertheless, I hope that this House will not support for Lord Frederick's excellent, sympathetic and carefully put amendment. I agree with its sentiment, but I also believe that, as Lord Coker said, it's our duty to change, not to throw out the view. And finally, as one might expect from these benches, in the New Testament, in Matthew chapter 25, Jesus calls us to welcome the stranger. That call has been part of the history and culture of this kingdom for centuries. and was part of the drive for the Modern Slavery Act. I urge the government to reconsider much of the bill which fails to live up to our history and moral responsibility and our political and international interests. And that's the end of the wars. And I feel that this speech is one of the reasons why people can still go to the UK today, especially Nigerians. Lessons. This short yet powerful speech teaches: number one, importance of long-term and strategic solutions. The speech highlighted that only long-term solutions should be provided for issues involving national development. Emphasizing international cooperation, the speech underscores the significance of international cooperation in finding solutions to migration issues. Global challenges like migration require collaborative efforts among nations to develop coherent and effective US like policy, refugee and others. The US that write migration policies without substance, but US and Canada. Upholding justice and the rule of law. Upholding justice and the rule of law. The sympathizer addressing root causes. This speech stresses the need to engage the root causes of immigration, such as conflict, climate impact, addressing the symptoms of migration. Addressing root causes. The speech stresses the need to engage with the root causes. Providing safe and legal pathways. The speech calls for the establishment of safe and legal routines for those in need of protection, instead of them to rely on RITA and unsafe place of immigration. And legal route for those in the group of protection instead of solely relying on the group themselves. Collaboration of combat human trafficking. The speech of both direct and offensive direct. Collaboration of combat human trafficking. The speech urges direct and offensive measures to combat criminal gangs involved in human trafficking. International collaboration is essential to destroy trafficking networks and protect potential victims. Considering global nature of migration. Now, the speech highlights the global nature of migration and urges leaders to reconcile that migration challenges cannot be viewed on isolation. Engaging with migration at the source as well as in destination countries, it's crucial for effective policy making, leadership and reputation. The speech emphasizes the importance of the United Kingdom taking leadership role internationally in addressing migration challenges. Upholding justice and the rule of law, measured language and calm decision making are vital for the UK reputation and the global standing. Balancing sympathy with pragmatism. The speech acknowledges the sentiment behind special amendment that calls for a balanced approach that involves changing and improving existing bills rather than outright rejection. In light of the sum listed from the speech, there are pressing need for modern-day leaders and policymakers to take decisive decisions on migration issues. The following calls of action are proposed. Foster international collaboration. Modern day leaders should prioritize international collaboration and cooperation to address migration challenges. This includes working with other nations to develop comprehensive and sustainable strategies that protect refugees, combat human trafficking, and address the root causes of migration. Develop long-term immigration issues. Leaders should focus on developing long-term strategic solutions that consider the broader implications and impact of migration. Create safe and legal pathways, uphold justice and rule of law, address root causes of migration, engage in all-of-government approaches. Migration issues cannot be addressed in isolation. Policymakers should adopt all-of-government approach to involve various ministries and agencies, integrating conflict management, climate resilience, and migration policies. Uphold national and global reputation. Invest in prevention and intervention. Policymakers should rely on evidence-based policy making to develop effective strategies. Data and research play a crucial role in understanding trends and crafting proportionate responses. By adding to this call of action, modern day leaders can make a significant impact in addressing migration challenges, protecting refugees, combating human trafficking, and building a more sustainable and compassionate world. And so with that, we have ended the words of Justin Webley on embracing the stranger, call for compassionate leadership in immigration reforms. So like I said earlier, after that speech we'll be going to interactive section where we can address and we will revisit the speeches that we have been earlier revisited. We are going to discuss lessons learned from them and how they are applicable to our current situation as a country. So you know how we do it. It's time to ask questions, essentially around the speeches already visited or around the theme of the event, Voices of Change, Inspiring Solution for a Better World. I can't say any, is there any hand up? Or maybe we should continue. Okay. All right.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My name is Said Ibrahim from Yali Ondo. Okay, thank you. My name is Said Ibrahim from Yali Ondo Network. You spoke about climate change in the world and solutions across maybe what leaders should do in order to tackle climate change. So I want to domesticate that and speak about Nigeria. Now, every year in, year out, we have this issue of flood and every other thing. So do you have personal recommendation or from your speech, what do you think we can do? Because every year we talk about this, we talk about implementing strategies, but every year we still have an issue of flood in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It would amaze you or please you to note that in the course of this speech marathon, I myself got more interested in climate action, and Having revisited this words of inspirational leaders and the urgency that to address this global issue, particularly in our country, because we are already seeing the negative impact already, and it's so sad that the government has not been taking enough proactive steps. Myself and my brand will be launching a campaign towards climate action, and it is in this campaign that we are going to list our recommendations to the government. And like I said, the call to duty came even during this marathon, so we are going to draft and draw out agendas that will suit our own peculiar climate challenges, so that I will present it to relevant authorities and hope that these things are visited, and then from there we can begin to move forward as a nation. Any other questions? Any other questions? If there's none, we can proceed. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Afe Izika Adebega, the OS1 coordinator elect, like the question my brother asked earlier. And the climate change, we also know that this is what we have been facing in our state capital, Akure, for the past few months now, flood. Before your recommendation, because I know that after this your marathon, you have to have some enough rest. Before your recommendation, what do you think that we can do as a youth to find a lasting solution to what we are facing before your own recommendation now? This is what we are facing in Akure presently on the issue of flood. Thank you.
Yeah. Looking at the flood situation in Akure, the flooding. Well, I would not but blame it to improper disposal of refuse. That is, from my view, one of the causes of this lodging of water on our main roads, because the drainages have been lodged up with refuse. So, as youth, as individuals that want to see change in our society, first of all, we need to first change our waste disposal method. Now, changing our waste disposal method will not mean that rain that will fall tomorrow will not still lodge on that road. It means that we now have to take another step, clearing of the drainages. Now, the government can also aid and help in this aspect. The youth can take specific or fixed dates within the week, maybe any of the environmental, make it public. Just do the one in front of your house. You don't need to. Everybody don't need to come out and wear branded cap or do something to make it ceremonial. Just go outside your house, clear the drainages in front, and we have these free zones. I mean, areas that are majorly affected in the cities. The government and the waste management should this time around remove these wastages. So this refuse that have been logged and used to block this the drainage. You know, if the drainages are being removed, are being cleared regularly, we will not be having this issue of the flooding. Meanwhile, as citizens also, we must be responsible. We discussed that yesterday. We must be responsible. We should know that dumping of refuse in drainages will at the end of the day bring negative impact to our own living. Because when they clog up together and the water cannot move, it's either it gets to your house or it starts eating your building foundation. Before you know, your house starts sinking just by you repeatedly doing things that you are not supposed to do. And because of the carbon deposits in the atmosphere due to the increasing depletion of the ozone layer, I would not also recommend that these refuse are burned. All right, because when we incinerate them, we allow the fumes and the carbon, the carbon that is coming out from them to enter the atmosphere, which is another aspect of causing climate change. All right. So we need to look into a convenient and suitable waste disposal. We should stop the current one that is very common among our people. When the rain is about to fall, they run to the high road and dump refuse. We must change it. Changing it now does not mean that see one there now. They have already packed it there. Changing it now does not mean that we burn them again or obliging them to burn them, because it's also not good for the atmosphere. So the waste management authorities in the state have to be proactive to ensure that they find means to ensure that citizens comply to their own measure of waste disposal. And we as citizens too should be responsible. We should start taking responsibility for some of these actions, because you cannot blame the government for everything. So that is my response to that, and I hope I've been able to clarify that. Any other? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I enjoyed your speech on migration. I enjoyed that speech by the bishop, and I understand the bishop's stand. So, but I would like to ask, looking at a country like Nigeria and with brain drain,
Oh my God?
the brain drain.
Okay.
So I'd like to ask, what's your stand as to migration and then the brain drain that we're experiencing at all sectors? Thank you.
Yeah. I like that question. Someone asked something similar on Instagram or Facebook Live early this morning. You know, the brain drain we are experiencing is not other than the fact that people are looking for greener pastures, and it's one of the every human being has the right to movement, and as long as the country that you are going to can accept you, you are free. It is your fundamental human right to be able to pick your bags and move as long as they are willing to accept you. So now, to address this issue, you cannot tie people's legs down. You need to look at what is causing this brain drain. Why are our best brains living? They are living because of greener pastures. Take for example, looking at the health sector. Our nurses, our doctors have all left the country because of better pay. Why not institutionalize better pay in the country? They are going because of better health insurance. Why not give them that in the country? They are going because it's safer there. Why not improve the security condition in the country? They are going because the workload compared to that of the one you experience there in Nigeria is so different. It's easier to work there than here. Why not address these issues? Why should we come and say you don't need to jackpot? You don't need to jackpot, but you are not doing things that will make your citizen want to stay. It is not. In fact, I advise the person that if you get a visa to leave the country, go, because we don't know what the government is doing to ensure that the citizens are very convenient in their own homeland. So that is just all I will say. Any other questions? Okay. Then Let's move on. I'm looking at Justin Trudeau's global leadership and collaborative action, a call to address urgent challenges in the modern world. A call to address modern challenges in the modern world, global leadership and collaborative action. In the rapid evolving landscape of our world, where challenges and opportunities intersect on a global scale, a pivotal address was delivered in the Australia-Canada Economic Leadership Forum against the backdrop of a transformed global order shaped by the pandemic, shifting geopolitical dynamics and the urgency of climate change. The speaker dives into the crucial partnership between Canada and Australia. The speech resonates with the shared values and aspirations of two Commonwealth nations, exploring their collective roles in addressing the profound issues that define our times. As we navigate the complexity of our era, this address provides a compass for understanding how collaborative, forward-looking policies and responsible stewardship can guide us towards a more sustainable and prosperous future. Source: Canada Prime Minister's Archives.
Hello, dear friends. Thank you, Jill and Bob, for welcoming me here today and organizing and helping organize this Australian Canada Economic Leadership Forum. It is my first meeting. It is your first meeting since February 2020, and the world looks quite different now then than it is back then. We have lived through a pandemic that resulted in millions of lives lost and the greatest economic contraction since the Great Depression. Supply chains were disrupted and as demanded rebounded. The struggle to get back to speed, driving up the prices of goods around the world. War has returned to Europe as Putin is weaponizing food and energy, further increasing global inflation. Authoritarianism is on the rise, seeking to stabilize peace and prosperity that generations have benefited from. It is the world, so the world is facing incredible uncertainty. But sometimes, something hasn't changed. Is the connection between Canada and Australia. We share a history of Commonwealth countries as Western parliamentary systems, as democracies and as Pacific nations, and as two resource-rich countries which share a common future. Canada and Australia have the resource and energy that a net zero world will need. And we cannot understand the urgency of building that clean economy. The impact of climate change is already devastating consequences on the people and on our economy. Canada is currently facing its worst wildfire season on record. Australia is having a devastating burn bush season of its own few years ago. Right now, flies are particularly bad in British Columbia, which is also facing a historic drought. Firefighters are going full speed since spring, and I want to thank Australia for sending special firefighters to help. Sorry, we have lost two of our own last week, people who put themselves in arms to keep others safe. Remember their service and their sacrifice. As part of the climate change, As part of the impact of climate change become more and more apparent, we have to take action. We need to make investments that build a cleaner economy and cut pollution. And that is what Canada has been doing since 2015. Economically speaking, and as us, ice hockey players say, Canada saw where the puck was going with climate change and trillions of dollars of global investment that were lined up to build a clean economy. To help market-based driven solutions, we put a predictable price of pollution, which is strong innovation and giving certainty to businesses and investors, all while putting money back in families' pockets. We are also working with industry to decarbonize and make investment in clean tech. We have powerful tax incentives that position Canada to be a clean energy powerhouse. And we have power tax incentives that position Canada to be a clean energy powerhouse. All these policies build on Canadian advantage with our natural resources, our diverse, supported communities, and our strong middle class. But you know that reducing pollution is a global problem that requires global solution. And that in order to boost a robust clean energy with great jobs, we need to work with like-minded partners who see the same opportunities in this future. Partners who do not understand the economic potential, but who are committed in creating this future in a way that is sustainable and equitable. Partners like Australia is more important than ever. The pandemic invasion of Ukraine and evolving geopolitical tensions have posed strategic vulnerabilities in our economy. Russia is using energy and grain export as leverage in its illegal war. China is restricting access to markets. More than ever, we need resilient supply chains, stable trading relationships, and strong ties with partners who align on our values. A few months ago, Canada unveiled our Indo-Pacific strategy. One of its key objectives to deepen our friendship and promote stability in the region. This is the fastest growing economic region in the world, with a growing middle class and increasing demand for goods, Canada, and supply. With our Indo-Pacific strategy, we are positioning ourselves to seize opportunities in the region while also promoting our values. We need to make sure that we are living up to the same environmental level, human rights standards as we do at home. As democracy in the region, Australia shares this view. As a close democratic ally, Australia is one of the most important partners in the region, in the world. I know we are working together to establish and promote responsible business standards. The work we are doing in partnership with indigenous people and our commitment to economic reconciliation is a part of this. This is not something that every country does. Because certainly, there are countries that are producing these resources and inputs in ways that are cheaper in terms of dollars. But the root cause is too often environmental degradation, low labor standards, and every human rights violation. You have to stop ignoring the lessons of the past. You don't arrive at real, responsible, long-term solutions by taking shortcuts. At COP15, a month till last December, Australia helped us co-found the Sustainable Critical Minerals Alliance. For the first time, major communities, namely Canada, Australia, United States, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom and Japan came together to commit the mining and developing critical minerals in a way that protects nature, respects indigenous rights, and low emissions. We have bound ourselves together in a common interest, moving beyond competition or cooperation. Because we know the demand is here, and we want to work together to meet that need responsibly in a way that respects our values. It is important to build a net zero economy. The world is rushing for access to the critical minerals both Australia and Canada have. But we need to act fast to meet the demand of major projects. When I talk about this, I mean everything from critical minerals mining projects to a farm that produces hydrogen. Investors want to come to Canada, but we know they need regulatory certainty. They need a transparent and predictable system. The work we have done to bring indigenous partners in from the start when assessing projects is therefore not just the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do. And frankly, those who in the past overlooked the importance of consulting not only made the wrong choice because they have turned their back on working in partnership, but it led to mainly cost and needless delays as projects got bogged down in the court. Over the years, we made investment to boost capacity of our agencies to assess projects and ensure that our rigorous standards whether in terms of environmental protection or commitment to indigenous people or economic development. And further, we are paying our generous investment tax credit with incentives to meet high labor standards, because it is essential that unions and workers take part in the equation. At the end of the day, we have to remember that it's all about the people. Fighting climate change is about protecting people. It's about creating a strong economy that has great jobs for workers, now and in the decades to come. It's about building an economy that is sustainable and that is profitable, and that creates opportunities for everyone no matter where they live. Workers are in the heart of our economy. We cannot forget that real wealth is created in mines, factories, and research facilities. It is created by people working hard and bringing their best to work every day. The world is a scary place, and the critical moment we need to ask ourselves who really is best positioned to succeed. Those who exploit workers, those who pollute, the authoritarians who power their economies by indebting emerging economies. Then, when you buy Canadian or Australian, you can count on the high standards we maintain at home, and that is not a disadvantage. That's now our competitive edge. Canada has succeeded several military deals since 2015, and we have fought to establish high standards in each of those deals. Look at the CETA with Europe, at the new NAFTA, at the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the CPTP, which both the Canadian and the Australia are part of. Putting labor, environmental and other protections in labor deals not only stops the race to the bottom, it puts the pressure on the race to the top. Through our work with like-minded partners, we are building a global market for resources and energy developed with highest standards. By living up to our values home and abroad, we are not just increasing prosperity, we are strengthening democracy. Because for democracy to be healthy, people need to see a future for themselves, a future they believe in, that they want to build and that they want to protect. And we cannot take that for granted. We saw what happened in 2008 and afterwards. For too long, people abided by the ideologies of deregulation, trade liberalization, unbridled globalization, maybe that to create the rising ties that will feel good. Population did well for jobs for the middle class went overseas and wearing this. At 2008, when GDP started to rise again, which stayed stagnant, equity rose and a lot of hardworking people were getting left behind. A middle class was getting old out. People were growing deficient. There was a real economic pain out there. And unfortunately, there are those who want to exploit it without real solutions to ease people's economic anxiety. They want to reel people up. They want to amplify anger even further without advantage and drag voters towards populism and protectionism. They say anything, the service is broken and they talk about burning it all down. In a way like this consequential and transformative as the world is calling for serious leadership. I know those of you in this room understand that because I have spoken about those challenges with your Prime Minister and your friend Anthony Abisi many times. He's tackling this problem and he thought in a thoughtful and progressive. I spoke to him at NATO Summit last week and we had a call on a couple of weeks before. Talk about the importance of this forum, how we can be partners, especially when it comes to critical mineral needed for the best clean future. This partnership is so important. That's why I was so glad to see so much team in Canada here today. No matter what partisan strips we were, or what other the government will work in, or Canada, Australia, and the world needs leadership in both government and business that understand the complexity of challenges we face, and comes to the table ready to build 25 on 21st century solutions. One example is Sir Yona, which I visited this spring. Diana's parents company, which managed a lithium and graphite production project in Canada, is headquartered in Brisbane. It is an extractional investor who sees Canada's enormous potential to meet global demand for electrification. From mining to refining to manufacturing, India has the expertise to do all. But it's not just Australia, companies like China, which has lithium projects here, that's the potential in Canada. It's also about Volkswagen saw, also what Volkswagen saw when they closed Canada as the chose Canada as the location for their first ever overseas battery manufacturing gigafactory. But the thing noteworthy is that it is not just the raw material and an investment climate, it's about drawing global investors. Our government worked hard to get Volkswagen in, but the leaders at the company made it clear that it was a reputation and strength of our workers that sealed up the game. We cannot forget that part of what makes our workers so reliable is the social infrastructure we put in place. Programs like healthcare, dental care, care, stability, support our workers and create conditions for economic growth. Don't just listen to me say it. Look at the facts. Go and verify. Since Canada started rolling out affordable childcare across the country the past couple of years, women economic participation has reached an all-time. We had one of the strongest job recoveries in the world after the pandemic, and our unemployment rate increased near history lows. Canada is now the fastest growing country in the G7, number one in terms of population, and number two only to USA in terms of economic growth. In terms of economic growth, with our inflation down to 2.8% as this morning numbers tell us. Since 2018, we have worked hard to diversify our economy and have seen Canada lead high growth sectors like quantum computing, robotics, and AI. Our still strong deploying global talent and crowding the global investment. We are making strategic investments to drive clean innovation and provide clean energy so that we can meet the demands of growing Indo-Pacific and European continent only to unwind the dependence on Russian forces. Canada is ready to be the reliable supplier of clean energy that the world needs. They are ready to work with partners, public and private, who want to be part of this. The world is looking for leadership. And when I look across the horizon, across this room, I see Australia is ready to. You are a like-minded partner and friends striving for higher standards, and together we can meet this moment. I know you have many more sessions today, but I want to leave you with the closing tonight. In this highly uncertain time, we need to recognize our economic policy, its security policy, its climate policy, its social policy. In this highly interconnected world, we can no longer separate, we can no longer operate in silos. We must take in full measure of everything we do. It's not just about a reliable ally, it's about knowing what happens here, the extraction, processing, the manufacturing, and trade of essential ingredients in our economy of the future. It's happening by workers who get paid well, where environmental consequences are thought through, where partners and indigenous people are integrated into our way of doing business, where we are building a robust trade network like minded partners. A robust trade network like minded. Now it is time for leadership that sees through challenges and has opportunities to present. I know what we are all here to do. Thank you, my dear friends, and good night. So that's the speech of Justin. So we have lessons from this. Our lessons from this are global interconnectedness. The speech underscores the interconnected nature of today's world. Today's world, just like climate change, economic prosperity, geopolitical tension, human rights, violations, do not exist in isolation, but they are intertwined. Alright? All these issues are intertwined. The urgency of climate, everybody is talking about climate action because it is urgent, like it's urgent. We need to attend to it. ASAP, like as super fast. Responsible business practices. The speech emphasizes the importance of responsible business practices. It discusses innovative such as sustainable critical mineral alliance and the importance of mining and developing critical minerals. Then trade partnership, value of democracy. Okay. The partnership, the speech focuses the importance of strong and ethical trade partnership. It showcases the inclusion of high standards in trade agreement which not only presents a race to the top but also encourages a race to the top, promoting better labor and environmental standards globally. Value for democracy and leadership, focus on people and workers, holistic approach, right? Leadership in times of crisis and long vision and stability. Call to action, urgent climate action, strong trade partnership, invest in social structure, promote democratic leadership, elaborate problem solving, then long-term vision, empower workers, raise awareness and advocacy. So with that, we finally ended this training speech. So, this I want to go on the very short, I want to use the restroom. Very pressing. Really pressing. You know go best. Chavez. In the realm of democracy, diplomacy, there are moments when the power of words transcends mere rhetoric, echoing with a resonance that reaches far beyond the walls of the National Assembly. One such moment arrived in 2003 when Hugo Chavez, the president of Venezuela, stood before the National Assembly. His speech, infused with passion and conviction, was not merely an address but a call to action, a plea for solidarity and a vision for a more just world. His words carry the weight of history and urgency of contemporary challenges. Let us revisit this remarkable speech enjoying the timeless meaning and uncovering ideas continue uncovering how its ideas continue to resonate in our modern day. The speech. Do you have a bell there, Fidel? How many minutes? I know red light yet. There's a Castro, no red light, no bell. Everybody is entitled to express their opinions really without anxiety. Thank you very much. Ama Albao, Diallo, Executive Secretary of the UN Convention to Combat Destruction. My dear friend and colleague, Mr. E. Fidel Castro, comrade, brother, friend and president of the Council State and council member of the Republic of Cuba, Mr. Ibrahim Ganvi, under the Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Head of State, Head of Government, Vice President, Parliament, President, Head of Delegation, delegates from the whole world, Minister of Foreign Affairs, State Ministers, Ambassadors of the world, credit to the government and the Republic of Cuba, fellow countrymen from Venezuela, members of the delegation accompanying members from the press, photographers, cameramen, all my friends and me. May I first of all express my happiness of being here again in Havana, in this city, in this club, in which I've held high for decades the banners of dignity for Latin American and Caribbean. I want to transmit on behalf of the people of Valero, the people of Venezuela, the best and deep felt regard to the heretic people of Cuba, people of Martin, the Cuban people, and to the Cuban people through you, to all the nations of the world, to all the peoples of the earth, especially the people of the third world, the people fighting the survivor, and as Martin said in the poor of the earth, I want to share my faith. And as Martin said to the poor, with the poor of the earth, I want to share my faith. Here we are now, today, 1st September, at the beginning of the last third of this third year of the 21st century, which is from the start to the storms and hurricanes we get through. Mars shining in the sky. The poet would say Mars came down the earth for a kiss. Apparently, when Mars came down the earth for a kiss, um, apparently when Mars came to kiss the earth 6,000 years ago, Mars was still a planet full of rivers, mountains, and civilization. Today, it's known as a desert, or at least from where it looks like one. Some say that there was an international monetary fund over there. Seems possible, doesn't it? Seems like 60,000 years ago, neoliberalism was applied in Mars and the planet was destroyed. So astronomers say that when Mars came near and saw what was happening here, he became red with shame and pain, and he saw how we, or better to say, how the dominant evil trees in our planet kept trying to destroy the earth. Process which has been under way for a long way. Let's hope that when Mars returns in the next 100 years, according to the astronomers, he doesn't find an earth resembling him, full of dust and desert. That is what we struggle for. To save the planet, to save life, to save the future, to save the dream of our children and grandchildren. I was telling Fidel Castro yesterday when I arrived that my little girl, Rose, who calls him grandfather, I don't know why, sent him regards. She is 6 years old, and when I went to say goodbye to her yesterday in Venezuela, she was drawing a long road with a little piece of paper and a half. Where does this road lead? He said, Havana. He said, it leads to Havana, she said, Cuban. And on both sides of the road, she drew trees, bushes, flowers, such in our children's dream, long roads, smiling suns, blue clouds, many trees, flowers and bush. Let us fight for the dream to come true. Now when we see the crude reality of this planet headed for destruction, it's urgent that we find out in our meetings, in our assemblies, in our United Nations Convention, what has been happening in the last years. It was very troublesome. What has happened during the last years. We had been attending these seminars, conferences, and summits for 5 years. Try to participate in all of them, share opinions, and to learn from you. The documents, the meeting, the promoted ideas, and awareness. Today I've been talking about it for 30 years. Since the first time the certification we discussed in 1960, I had been reviewing some documents. The action plan to combat the certification was approved by the United Nations at that time. Then in 1991, the United Nations Program for the Environment recognized that in spite of the plan adopted for 4 years before the program was green, and there were no signs that it would stop, even with the implementation of action plan, there comes 1962, the Earth Summit to combat certification with a binding character. Later came how many summits? The Millennium Summit, the Mauritius Summit, the Johannesburg Summit, combat desertification with the binding character. Later came Amin Summit, the Millennium Summit, the Monetary Summit, the Johannesburg Summit, and what has happened in 26 elapsed since the adoption of the action plan to combat desecration. Can anyone assert the truth? What's the problem? That the problem was abated? The problem that the problem was abated. Can anyone say without risking to be called a liar that the problem is under control or the plan is working? I don't think so. Look at the health is falling apart, and the same has been said about many other becoming in different words. Many decisions have been made, many statements issued, very many written worthy of Marty and Shakespeare, many other famous writers, but none is implemented. So that you talked about a 0.000% for the GMP and the expenses related to the occupation of Iran applied mathematics. I read somewhere that Pythagoras God spoke through mathematics, and I think Pythagoras was right. Bearing in mind this science, it can apply to the resolutions and decisions adopted in 30 years in favor of life equity against desertification of rotten. Because that is the phenomenon. Poverty, rest, and variables are an equation of death. But today we can say none of them has been implemented, that what has been done to insignificant compare the seriousness of this problem. And it's clear. Further 0.000 I think is the truth. I think Pythagoras was right. God speaks through mathematics, and I think Pythagoras was right. Mathematics, bearing in mind this science, can apply to the resolutions adopted in the 30 years in favor of life equity against desecration and poverty. Because that phenomenon, poverty, the rest are variables of an equation of death, but today we can say that none of them has been implemented. That what has been done is significantly compared to the zeroness of what is the problem. And it is clear, Pedro, 0.0000, I think that's the truth for terms. Forefather and liberator of Venezuela and its continent once said, political greatness cannot be cured palliative. Political greatness cannot be cured with palliative. Who has ever seen a cured cancer with wet clothes? I believe this meeting, as you do, our colleagues and friends, heads of state, and I believe we should come, whether to Havana, Johannesburg, Washington, Paris, or Kansas, or wherever we are headed, to tell the truth of the truth. We should not beat around the bush, as is commonly said. We cannot perform the excellence. The truth must be said, and the truth, according to the great Undo Prosper, is what connects us. We should not perform them. The truth must be said, and according to the great Undo Prosper, is what connects us with reality. Anything else is a lie. Next year, this convention will arrive in its first decade. In my opinion, Mr. President, dear friends, the political will face this problem. It's almost new. So we can express the formula. We may express the formula will be by a formula PW. I don't know how many more zeros won. They are not political, especially among those who are more powerful. Then decisions concerning the parent. The big problem is political. One, when I say political, I also say ethical. Ethical and politics. Thus, the big solution must be both ethical and political. There is no will. I also say, thus the big solution must be we should not perform the exercise, the truth must be said, and according to the great Hindu philosopher Chris Marty is what connects with us reality. Anything else is a lie. Next year, this convention will arrive its first decade, in my opinion. The president, dear friend, the political will arrive, this problem is almost zero. So, further, we may express the formula by a formula PW. I don't know how many more zeros. There is no political will, particularly among those who will is more powerful than decisions concerning planets are made. The big problem is a political one. When I say political, I say ethical and politics. Thus, the big solution must be closer, both ethical and political. Politics first, and new ethics should come forward. The problem is not a technical one, it is a technical and political in the first. That is the root of the serious problem our planet is facing. Federson said, I am not allowed to quote, and anything is allowed. Here he said that the economic system imposed in the world is incomparable. That is unquestionably true. You see, same in South Africa where they tell us about integration. Integration of our countries and people are incompatible with the economic model imposed on the Americans. When we talk about integration, the integration of our countries and people is incomparable with the economic model imposed on the Americans. Talk about democracy, human rights. You must also say that human rights, democracy, equality are incompatible. With the economic model imposed on the Americans. When we talk about democracy, equality, human rights, we must also say that human rights and democracy are incomparable with political and economic models imposed on us. Southern countries, third world countries, with all respect, I will go as far as to cite little details. Third world countries, with all respect, I will go as far as to cite little details. 5. If we look at the logo type of the United Nations service, we can see that we are looked upon from north. We say the same in South Africa when we say integration, okay? We are all brothers in this world, but see how distorted is our dearest South America. In this world, seen from the Pole Star, if it were seen from the southern cross, our viewpoint, southern viewpoint, this map has been imposed on us. Thirdly, I suggest we find some paper to draw the word upside down, and then put the drawing to vote. We will be able to place a second symbol by the side of the first one. How does the word look upside down? I think it must look different. Let the Argentinians over there tell us. Greetings to my Argentina brothers. We recently visited the Hot Cone Montevideo. Many things are happening in Latin America. Very interesting winds are blowing in Latin America. There isn't to be optimistic despite what is said there through assertions which are not aimed at generating pessimism but at achieving the recognition of the reality and at the awareness of the need to fight. Because this is a fight, a battle. You come here to fight. Because this is a fight, a battle, we come here to fight. Not even for us, but for our children, for the future of our people. Now the need of our fight is incompatible. The economic model imposed in the world, what shall we do?
The great solution is to change the economic model imposed on the world,
To modify its technological intellectual framework of the neoliberal plan of the new international order that proclaimed its vicious attack on the Soviet Berlin Wall. But today is no longer victorious, it is defeated, and we are going to proclaim defeat. New medicine. You are defeated. Washington Press Tensor. The London alternative is defeated. We are going to bury it at the commencement of this century, and we are going to reach a new world consensus. It is not a death path about this life. It's going to be difficult, like who says we like easy way. I'm a Christian, and Peter told me he is also a Christian in the social sphere. Peter admitted that he is a Christian, socially speaking. After a long debate on Christ, the Redeemer, Peter admitted he is a Christian, socially speaking. Allow me to share this confidence with my brother. Now, look at the way Kuban has done it. Kuban has his own system, not imposed from outside, attained with courage and struggle 40 years of blockage, aggression. But yes, Kuban and the greatest of the Kuban people, the people of man. And eventually we have started to make our homeland, our road, our create new model. We do not wish to copy from anyone. Send me Samson Rodriguez, the great master, Bolivian philosopher, said we Latin America should not copy foreign models. We are not trying to copy a model, but to invent the most appropriate model for characteristics, the history, the journey, the geography, the sociology, the peculiarities of each people, each region. So I started to read ourselves, Minister was destroyed during 20 years. No, that country, made 500 years. The moment of that name from 2 crossed the Pacific Ocean and landed at the coast of Venezuela, taking India. His compass had slightly mistaken, but he said he had become Indian. Then Mr. Americo rescued another ship and said, I discovered India. Then came Mr. Americo rescued in another ship and said, I have discovered America, and this continent became America 500 years. Then, the President of Africa, our beloved sister, enslaved their people. They did one good thing though. They mixed us, and yeah, we were in that someone once called the perfect blend. Black, Indian, and white blood people together. We have nothing against the white people. I retrace and I get all white here concerning Venice. Mr. Secretary General, you remember what we did in Vanilla. We have been invited by Alma Abba to the fifth conference in this convention, and share some thoughts and committed ourselves to the convention. We have been learning and have understood that the combat against desertification is also the combat against poverty. Nothing can be isolated from the O, and as we said in Geneva, there is also the certification in ideas. 7. We need to plant ideological trees all over the world against the attempt to uproot theology. And love. We need to fill the world with love, with new and old ideas. Yes, it's also related to this. A desert of value, desert of love, of principle. Desert is also related to this, a desert of love, a desert of principle. This desert are more dangerous than the geographical ones. After signing the agreement, and a few days later, we were in Caracas, adopting 48 laws to be added to the constitutional project, only that we Venezuela adopted in 1999. The new Venezuelan constitution is the only one in our history voted by the people and openly discussed before becoming the constitution. 38 days after attending the 5th convention in Geneva, we adopted about 49 laws, a very important one. The land of laws and agro-development establishment, the mechanism to put an end to landed states to promote cooperative law, the secondary side to we also adopted the water law to rescue the water resources to distribute them equally. To keep the waters by the model, how do we call it? The model, the oil rage, and the same another word. Savage. What was that? I said Vata Hedge. President, the Vata or A. Because in this chaotic world you're talking about natural resources in many ways are so little into another world in this mankind, because the 80% of the gradual pollution causing the warming up of the atmosphere, the drought, the rains, the cyclones, the erosion, the certification and weather changes come from the abusive use of these resources. Many by authorities which took over the world first and imposed the system on us. They imposed on the situation we are now facing. Even the water has to be safe. That's alright. But since we need to tell the truth, we must ask who is to be blamed for the calamities faced by the world of 6.3 million inhabitants and the inhabitants that are threatening us. Who are the rich? Why are they rich? Why are they having that any break to ask it? So, do we have the right to demand whether for begging the assistance that which the corporation of all support? This is what where many do not realize that the population attain the age of 60, the world will be more than 10,000 million inhabitants, and there will be no oil, no water. I wonder how much fresh air could there be? How much oxygen, how much clean would the water also be? How much carbon dioxide will the ozone layer hold? As I observed with all the problems of desertification and climate change are closely interrelated. Some words I'm saying, but we are striving for the cooperation, not confrontation. President Kaba, now we discount this time from my speech. No, because I'm sure that you have more and better things to say. I do. President, thank you further for your support. Thanks further for your support. In Venezuela, we adopted a set of laws for 200. On December of that year 2001, started the company framed by the started the corporation framed by the elite, the leadership, the great forces of your friend. Of course, the leaders of the COP in Venezuela and their international allies have not seen the reaction of the people and the mechanical and disposable government that has overthrown our government and imprisoned it, as kind of population has in turn overthrown the people before roster sanity times. And our people were fighting this plan, this cause and this problem. Well, then I was saying a while ago, this point is not exposed to make you feel pessimistic, but to recognize the scope of the duty, and that, as Frederick said a minute ago, but the dignity of the people that have been oppressed, exploited, and massacred for a long time. The dignity of the heroes who fought and died for freedom of our countries in the last 500 years. Myself, we cannot become beggars. We cannot preach to the desert. We are Venezuelans. What we do is demand. Regardless of the size or power of the others, we respect Eduardo Galeano, one of our greatest, in reference to this, has said that we are not underdeveloped countries. What we do is overthrow countries. We have been overthrown for centuries, but we have to uplift our dignity. Our moral force to make claim to the world, particularly to the northern developed countries, whose dignified representatives are also here. We expect our respect to our heads of state, government, and our best regards to our people. But since we have been overruled, invaded, and vexed over centuries, and nobody should take offense to those words because they are true, and as you say, Gaviso Arisa, the leader from the US, said, "My truth causes no offense and gives me no fears." And this is the truth, at least our truth. As the world changes, very strong wind of change are blowing through South Africa, not only in Venezuela but also in Brazil and in many other countries that are witnessing the rise of new leaders. I come from South Africa, which is right next to the Caribbean. In South Africa, I tell him only 5 years ago, maybe the less we felt lonely at the summit in adopting a stand, in making proposals, in criticizing, in policing, in suggesting debates, in, in topics such as five, in five, these are debates of FUTA. Fact, only when Fede attends a summit, someone sometimes he cannot attend because he's democratically excluded. But in some cases, for example, first time Fede and I met in the summit, and later I started to argue with the other aspirants who were left alone. The two of them, I remember Fede wrote a note on a small piece of letter. No longer feel the views of two summits again. However, our views of and what we had from say that in South Africa there are strong changes of wind as in the part of the world is freezing. Can we do anything to alter this change? Yeah. So untie the change because 7 do not untie because do not untie the meet together get together means solution, but every time it is more difficult for them to do so because according to the last time I heard, one of the northern summits will be held on board a transatlantic ship in the middle of the ocean in order to escape from the harassment of the component of globalization and for of the world. The poor of the nation but in a nation, in a union free of at what cost, at whatever it is, at the cost of life, yes, it does not matter how important can the life of a man or a woman or a group of us be if the aim is to save from how important can the life of a man or a woman or a group of us be if the aim is to save from this straight millions of persons, even yet those yet unborn or who are being born right now. In South Africa, for example, we are proposing the establishment of such unity, but not the unity suggested by Washington. The FTA, a free trade agreement of the Americans signed because this agreement, because of such unity, it is not the unity signed by Washington. The FTA established. The Venezuela are suggesting and definitive because to sign this agreement, it has to be signed, has to sign the death sentence of our children. So Venezuela can sign that something. We are struggling very we are struggling the very alternative of the Americans and based on the idea of variable idea of simplifying is to modify all the Caribbean southern west with for example, I said that African people that the implication of our people, and this is very bad African formation. You have to work deserving. For example, I think that South African people that in the political way and short stories, they will send the military funds for the making of services and stuff. Kuba also asked, oh wait, Freddy told me recently that by the year 2008 they will be ready to bring the OPM. What is the last news ahead? All of this water summit will be held and God in that mission. One of these nine missions will be held and God in showing the answers to the harassment of the people, organization and people of the world. The union of the South is most was union to free ourselves and to free and to continue slavery at what cost, but at what it takes. I don't know what it takes. It doesn't matter. How can the life of a man or two be more important than the life of everyone? For example, we are proposing the establishment of concessions. For Venezuela, we are making because we are certain that it's not the right way. Maybe the only right way was to end. Said to President in the year 1016 is making this part of the world only one great nation greater for its freedom and greater than which wealth lying in its womb. The invitation of our people, and this is valid for Africa and for Asia, we have to walk the southern ways. There's more strength than in the past. The same balance but more strength. For example, I thought the South American people that with political will and with economy will create a monetary fund for Latin America. The Caribbean, of course, who says we cannot do it, a different monetary fund ruled by us. Though, the South Americans that we have oil and state-owned oil companies, we should create a Petroamerica integrated by Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, Escovado, Peru, Bolivia, Cuba, which also has oil. Fredo told me recently that by the year 2008, They're ready to join OPEC. It seems that there is an oil field under the island 11. Trinidad and Tobago is one of the first producer of gas in the continent. I recently paid a visit my friends in the Caribbean to our current Prime Minister Marlene. There's a port of Spain, and he produced a project to me, and I really told him that he can count on Venezuela support because we have joined the gas field in Tiran and Venezuela area, which contains important reserves.
Yes, you can do it. God do.
The project
We believe in you.
is to build a gas pipeline onto Gal, I think. I told Venezuela is ready to operate in the construction of this fast gas pipeline to take gas, which is a clean, cheap source of energy to the people of the Caribbean. This pipeline could reach all the islands of Eastern Caribbean and even Cuba. This is a viable project. The study has been made. This will depend on the amount of the resources we were able to pump from the Atlantic waters in Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Caribbean. This would provide enough energy to improve the living standard of the people of these southern countries. In the first place, this has some ideas of what we can do. However, to stop, instead of begging or practice or preaching in the desert, this will provide enough energy to improve the living standard of people in these southern countries in the first place. These are some ideas of what we can do instead of begging or preaching in the desert. In the last 5 years, for example, I have heard my voice, my included saying this international economic structure is to be reformed. We have repeated this assertion over and over again. I have repeated this throughout 2 years, but I no longer will. Now I will say we in the South must create financial structures, and it must be strong enough because I am certain that the International Monetary Fund is not willing to change, not at all. They believe they own the Olympus. This pipeline could reach all the islands of Eastern Caribbean and even Cuba. This is a viable project. A study has been made. It will depend on the amount of the resources we are able to pump from the Atlantic water in Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and Caribbean itself. This will provide enough energy to improve the living standard of people of the southern countries in the first place. These are some ideas of what we can do instead of begging. These are some ideas of what we can do instead of begging or preaching in the desert. In the last 5 years, for example, I have heard many voices, mine included, saying the international economic structure needs to be reformed. We have repeated the assertion over and over again. I myself have repeated it throughout 2 years, but I no longer will. Now, I will say we in the South must create our own financial structures, and they must be strong ones, because I am certain that the International Monetary Fund is not willing to change. Not at all. They believe they own the Olympus, and they have the right to impose their criteria in the world. Even if that brings about the world destruction, these are some of the ideas we're discussing in Venezuela and other South American countries. These ideas are gaining strength among people. intellectuals, the workers, the women, the old social movements, the political parties, the parliament. Only then will they be able to promote these ideas with the required power and consistency, so that the world really starts to change. If we leave the change in the world in the hands of the powerful, when mass returns, it will look at the earth as if you were looking into a mirror, and we cannot let it happen. Let me give you an example of what can be done in our countries, and allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Cuban people and its leader. 12. Fidel, and to express my people's gratitude, we have also been talking about education. Education guarantees awareness, and ignorant people is a blind instrument for its own destruction. And the problem and justification has to be tackled first. As with poverty and hunger for education, Fidel also emphasized this in his speech. When 4 months ago, the Cuban government and the Venezuelan government started working together in an excellent plan. Venezuela has more than 1 million illiterate. We are 23 million, and with usual procedures, we could educate up to 2,000 persons per year. So it would have been an endless process in traditional way. The Cuban experience and applied a method called Yes, I Can. Yes, I Can. Developed here in Havana and adjusted to the Venezuelan reality. With the help of Cuban technicians joined by the Venezuelan volunteers, many of them very young, and with the cooperation of the Venezuela armed forces that is contributing to the social work side by side. Armed forces that is contributing to the social work side by side with the people, in conformity with the nation's will. What seemed impossible was realized. After 3 months preparation method in response to the nationwide After a 3-month preparation period, in response to the nationwide call, and with Cuban inevitable support, until yesterday, 30 August, when we came to Havana, 800,000 illiterate will start receiving lessons today. Monday, this started in July 1st, so in only 2 months we have increased from 15,000 a year to an average of the last decade to 8,000 literate attending class in 56,000 teaching centers. But also in the countryside, in camping areas, in forests with indigenous populations, in the poor neighborhood. So in each teaching facility, we have television set, some video players, 2 assistants prepared to 15 countrymen each in each classroom to learn how to read and write. The first graduation is envisaged for September 8th, International Literacy Day. For the first time in our history, that day we will graduate 10,000, we will graduate 100,000 persons, and we expect to reach a total of 1 million by the end of the year. In this regard, we can say thanks Cuban for your support, and thanks for the great effort we have all made in Venezuela. In 1 year, we will put an end to a 200-year problem. There will be no illiterate in Venezuela, and they will learn not only to write their names, no, again with Cuban's help, and we are developing another program, the Robinson Mission, also called in honor of the great Bolivian Samson Rodriguez. And this is the second stage. We begin on October 27th. I have seen a 102-year-old learning how to read and write, and a 10-year child who has never been to school. You need people learning how to read and write in Spanish and in their native language at the same time. Because we in Venezuela give the indigenous language the same level of recognition. Second stage will cover up in the 6th grade, and then they will proceed to cover all elementary school. This is just an example, and this will cost us millions of dollars, but the monetary investment is not really a significant part. The greatest investment, comrade, is the political one. This control cannot be arranged in the marketplace. On the contrary, the market can only derail and destroy such things. This can only be based on ethics, power, will, politics, and courage to maintain decisions to implement this plan. These are my thoughts for this 6th convention of the United Nations against sacrifice. I salute you, Abba Diallo, that will keep my commitment, but cannot happen in Venezuela is another coup d'etat. You may recall when Carlos went to Geneva. A few months later, he was overthrown. Succeeded in that occasion, he never succeeded again. So, we can, brother and comrade, Becca is our project in Venezuela's growing and ever getting strong. Not only for the benefit of our country, but also as a model function of our change to the world. With new ideas, new projects, roads full of suns, bushes are dreamed by Rosin, President Vaz youngest daughter. 2 years ago, in Geneva, I ended my speech with an expression that came to my mind during the Millennium Summit. I'll repeat it again because I believe it is possible with will, unity, boldness, and courage. Now, at the beginning of the new millennium, in spite of all the signs to the contrary, I believe a better, different, beautiful world is possible. I hope Earth never resembles Mars. The Mars is very handsome, the red carpet, but I hope our planets will never be the Martian desert. But like the little road surrounded with trees and bushes, I repeat once more, Mr. President, dear friends, now from Havana, with all my heart and affection, let's save our world. So these are the words of Hugo Chavez during the 6th session of the UNCDD in Havana in September 11, 2003. So from this speech, let's look at lessons learned from it. Urgent need for environmental awareness. You said this, climate is becoming an issue, we need to address it. Interconnectedness of problems, critique of neoliberalism, the neoliberal economic model and the parts on the setting that is uncomfortable and sustainable. Political, who has a political will, original unity and alternative modes, hope and optimism, despite acknowledging the challenges, Chavez expressed hope and optimism for a better future. He believes that even though collective effort, political courage, and ethical commitment is possible to create just 5 sustainable beautiful. There are some key points from Hugo Chavez stand at this speech that we can learn from today. Environmental stewardship and sustainability. Chavez emphasized the importance of protecting the environment and natural resources. In this context, it translates to advocating for urgent operation action. This combats climate change, preserve biodiversity, and transition to renewable energy sources. Got action would involve supporting international agreements like Paris Agreement, adopting sustainable practice in everyday life, and holding government push and corporations accountable for their environmental impact. Global solidarity and social justice. Have these highlighted the interconnectedness of global challenges and the need for solidarity among nations. Today, it translates to a call for addressing social inequities, poverty, and injustice, both within and outside and among countries. The call to action involves supporting initiatives that promote equitable The call to action could involve supporting initiatives that promote equitable access to education, care, and economic opportunities for all. Another call to action is promotion of peace and multilateralism. We should also advocate for participatory democracy, and with that we've come to the end of the words of Hugo Chavez. So we can move to the interactive section now if you have questions around previously discussed speech and on the same. No.
Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwalade Babatunde, and I am here to cheer a brother, a friend, and a comrade up on this great feat. I believe this has actually given us a very big podium in Akure, Ondo State, and Nigeria, that we can achieve a lot amidst the youth if we so believe in ourselves and take whatever is in us to the next agenda. Having said this, I will actually talk, and I will want us to also ruminate on the dealings and what has been happening recently in Nigeria and the world. Christopher Olusa had said a lot. Reading world leaders, it's not an easy one, because there are so many things we must ruminate on going forward. So many things we must ruminate on going forward on this speech. It's not just for reading's sake. We must also learn and take home some cogent points on this speech. Well, the economy of the world, because the world speech, they are not directed at just one issue. There are diverse of issues. There are diverse of issues that world leaders had actually talked on. But everyday activity always ruminates on economy. The economy of the country, Nigeria as a case study today, is not on the high note that most of us wanted it to be. And we must use a micro space, which is business, small business owners, as a point of contact to others. Today, multiple taxation, transportation fare, the state of electricity tariff is on high note, which is actually disturbing small business owners. Please, I am building premises upon my question.
with the situation of things, a young guy like me who finished university and doesn't believe in going back home after NYSC to sit down and be expecting something, stipend from parents, venture into a small business. Now, a young business owner going after the whole calculation, you've actually incurred 120,000 naira on just transportation in 3 months. What is the profit of such business if the huge percentage of it is going to transportation? Now, I'm not talking, I haven't said anything about feeding. I haven't said anything about the electricity tariff. Now, the question. Now, even my brother is even telling me now, I haven't said anything about rent. The shop, the shelter, the house I'm living. Now, my question is, what is the position of every government? Because when we are talking about government, we are talking about leaders. Speech are easy to be delivered, but when it comes to actions, it doesn't tally with whatever speech they have given us. What is the position of the youths that are venturing into business? Because we must start small. That's what they've been giving us. The speech they've been giving us, the motivation they've been giving us in the past. What is the position for the youths that are venturing into business with the state of our economy? That's number one. Number two, I will also be talking on educational sector. Now, hearing my brother over time, he has been talking about illiteracy. He even said it at a point that our lecture will be conducted for illiterates. Well, I don't know how far we can go about that. But recently, the disturbing news in the country is at alarming rates. And what am I saying concerning this disturbing news? Now, recently UNILAG increased their fees. A federal university, astronomically, from around 19,000 naira to 190,000, 250,000, what have you. Now, when I got that information, I told one of my brother, myself, I graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University. Throughout my stay, 4 years, I didn't pay up to 190,000. Now, today, I told that person that this is just a test run. UNILAG started it, but very soon, it will get to FUTA, it will get to OAU, it will get to UI. They are only testing us. They are testing the ground, just like the MC we always say, testing microphone. So if we actually take it from them, swallow it hook, line and sinker, before we know it, it will be degenerated to all other campuses. And today, just 2 weeks, we discussed this just 2 weeks ago. Now, today, OAU had, just yesterday, we saw it in the news, that OAU had increased tuition fees. Now, what are we saying? Is it that when we are talking about illiteracy now, we want to eradicate illiteracy in our environment, in our society? And the government, what the government can do best to eradicate illiteracy is increasing tuition fee. In a situation like that, what are we saying? What is the communication? What is the message you are sending to the downtrodden, to the poor, to the daughter of a tomato seller, to the son of a poor nation? Is it that we are encouraging them to go to school, or we are chasing them? In a state where I come from, at a point in history, a government, they are also leaders, government that had actually given us so enormous speech that when they go to power, they will work for us. Increase tuition fees from 25,000 naira to 250,000 naira. Can you see what I am saying concerning the speech and their actions? The speech and the actions are not tally. And this is Africa, where you can hardly go to bed with three meals in a day. So now we are looking at placing the poor and the rich on the same pedestal. Like I will always say, education will not give you just certificates. Education will liberate your mind. What I have seen recently is that they are trying as much as possible to lock the son of the poor outside the gates and leave the rich ones in the glass house, so that whatever position is among the ruling class, they can only share it among themselves and their children. And even after leaving power, they put their children there. So some of us, we are of the opinion that had they been tuition fees of 190,000, 101,000, some of us wouldn't have passed through school. Maybe I will pay furniture now, or a shoemaker, or a beer coupler. But what are we saying? If government are giving us all this speech and they are not going by what they are saying, how then do we place the poor and the rich on the same pedestal? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babati. A very good friend, and I know you to be an activist by nature. And so I'm not surprised at your agitations and your plight. Yeah. Okay, my first remark or response is that the speech I just concluded why you entered was not made by any Nigerian politician. It was between Hugo Cabrios, the president of the Nvidia government, who was having an interaction with his Cuban counterpart, that is Fidel Castro. So was talking about how two of them have been working together to address certain issues, and these are things that we can borrow leaf from and use to address some of our problems. Talked about how they could train 1 million people, and in a year, how they could make 1 million illiterates become literate within a year, and so many other programs and policies that they drew together and how they worked it out. So now going back to your main questions now. It said, what's the fate of a young person who is venturing into business at this time, looking at the harsh condition of starting an enterprise, taking hike in transportation due to fuel subsidy removal and other cost of setting up an enterprise is now. So the fate, well, number one is I believe that before anyone will even start up a venture, you would have first of all looked at your capital. You would have spelled out how you intend to utilize it, and your expected turnover, a range, and then you would have ensured that at least to the barest minimum you will be taking profit of. So that's the first step of setting up a business. So if a young person now wants to set up a business and he does his cost analysis and is putting the current situation of the country in consideration, and you see that it's not going to be favorable, the best thing is that you do not start that venture, but you don't run into loss, and then you put yourself into more more debt. You can use our skills to render services. It's not you don't necessarily have to go into buying and selling. Now, but looking at it in another aspect, from your own aspect now, putting the blame on the government now for not giving us an environment. Yes, I will agree with you on that. And that is why people like you, people like me, we should not keep quiet in our effort to question what the government is doing. Alright? We must not keep quiet. For the past 4 days we've been doing that. A lot of people have come, they've dropped their applications, we've noted so many down. We've had people who could answer them, even answer for, like people from the government that could answer these questions, answer. And the engagement has been going like that. So this one now is an economic reality. Businesses are failing, and because I'm not in the government, I don't know the solution I can profile for a young person that wants to venture into business, other than to ask him first if he's sure that he's going to make profit. If he's sure, can risk it, but if it's not, just chill, because the reality is that the economic situations are harsh. All we can do is that we keep talking to this government and we keep providing solutions that we have. Yes, you are a business person, or let me say you are into trading. You should have known your problems, and you should at least have been able to identify possible solutions. Now, if you have these solutions, I would not mind if you share them with me, maybe afterwards, and then we'll see how we can take it up and see the necessary, and see how we can actually ensure that we get these solutions. Alright? Yeah, I'm not a trader, and I may not be able to see it as much as you see it, but if you do have possible short-term visible solutions that the government can imply, let us take it up, let us engage them, let us talk to them, let us provide solutions, let us draw up the plan, especially if it's something that is still within our dear sunshine state. Now the second one is education, the high intuition, eradicating illiteracy. Like I said earlier, the speech I read was not something that happened in Nigeria. Our government has not shown seriousness in its attempt to eradicate illiteracy. It seems like it's taking pride in the lack of education of majority of its citizens. And in our first or second day of this program, I said that I'm going to, after this, lead a campaign for free universal basic education. It's something that we've had in the time past, and we don't know what happened. We no longer have access to this anymore. There was a time that in this state and outside, universal basic education was free in all government-owned schools, that federal or state-owned schools. But it just happened that we no longer have it. So I said we are going to take it up, we are going to ask them again that we need it. You have removed first subsidy, you are saving trillions of naira every month now. Put this money into things that people can see, people can benefit from. And if it's the tertiary education, I've always known that there is no way increase will not come in, because if you look at the way the government of Nigeria has been, you can always predict their move. When the student loan, in fact, the first that came to my mind when the student loan bill was signed was an increase in tuition is coming. You can even check OSR, because they interviewed me that time. As I mentioned this, that's how you sure that this government will not increase school fees now. You are pretending to give a good environment whereby at the end of the day the bigger problem is coming. I mentioned it there, and it's evident already. You're seeing it already. from your own aspect, from your own corner, as someone that I believe would want to be an agent of change, there's nothing wrong if you, it would be a good word if you can rally around stakeholders in that aspect, in the education aspect, that would be interested to join in the cause against this unnecessary hike in tuition. I say it's unnecessary because the hike does not translate into any increase in the quality of the education that people will be getting. It's not like there's going to be advancements in learning. So it is unnecessary. Things are going to remain the same. So why should you do it? So if I don't know what the NASU is doing about it. I don't know what other bodies that are always agitating for student welfareism will be doing about it. But I believe that as an agent of change, you can join these bodies and channel your agitations to the right angle and ensure that your voice is heard, and if possible, this can be reviewed and attended to. So I hope I've been able to answer your two questions, sir. No clap for me. Where is it? Any other questions? Let's ask questions. Where is it? Really? And I thought this is... No, you see the recorded version. Any other questions? No other questions? Why? Well, there's a question. Journalists do always have questions now. Yeah, I just remember now, you know that I interviewed me on this. I didn't see you, I just noticed now that and I said, you remember? I said, what's the assurance that we will not get high institution fee? We can predict this government, we can predict our government now, we know how they do. So you are not going to ask me any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Even though I'm perhaps trying to avoid, coming to ask that question, but of course, it's very important that we also raise that kind of conversation with this platform that we have. Voices of change, inspiring solution for a better world. And looking at the angle you are approaching this from, taking a look at the words of great leaders, of past leaders, of those who had the responsibility to be at the helms of affairs in different parts of the world. It's also quite instructive because when we take this conversation closer to our place here in Nigeria, to our country, many Nigerians are still aspiring for that country of their dream. But when you also engage in conversation with people from the old block, what I mean old block, perhaps people of older generation, they tell you, things were not like this. Even though the aspiration, the desire was still there at a point in time. But of course, things were what many Nigerians were still proud of in terms of how things were running. And I'll cite a case in hand because I've also had the opportunity to take a look at some of the words of great leaders, and that's why I really commend this one you're doing by taking a look at the words of these great leaders. For one Nigerian leader is in the past, person of Obafemi Awolowo, Chief of Obafemi Awolowo. I've had the opportunity to take a look at some of his works, his speeches, voice of wisdom, voice of courage, and when you pick one or two speeches at different occasions that is hard to deliver at different times, you find deep reflection, you find deep thinking, you find solutions. These are not just coming to put all of the words together and say you've delivered it to a certain audience. They are always embedded in solutions, and that is why when you take a look at the history of this country, it still gets a place in that history, particularly around here in the southwest region. One of the things I also found instructive in the speech I read of Obafemi Awolowo, I wouldn't know if it was voice of wisdom now, the voice of courage, but he gave a precise analysis of how to really make education work, how he achieved the issue of free education, how he made education a delight for every Nigerian child, particularly down here in the southwest, who hitherto would not have an opportunity to, go past the four walls of the classroom. And now, fast forward many years after he was able to achieve that, and also documenting that in some of the books he had the opportunity to write. We are still in a fix, finding solutions to issues that are bedeviling us as a country. And I can tell you for free that most of these solutions we are looking for, past leaders who have deep thinking, who are leaders of thoughts, they've actually, laid a very solid foundation for some of the solutions that we are looking for, that we are, conversing about. You hear so many conferences, they tell you want to meet. At the end of the day, nothing really comes out of it. So I would like to ask this question. Basically, how do we stimulate, because there's also conversation around literacy, around young Nigerians also taking to reading. The reading culture in Nigeria is also something that many people have had the opportunity to talk about and bemoan the level at which it is currently. So how do we stimulate the next generation, or perhaps the current generation, to take a look at all of this? I know you are doing this with this platform. You are bringing out some of these cogent solutions, cogent issues that have been raised by past leaders. But beyond here, how do we stimulate that culture that every Nigerian child, at least a larger percentage of the Nigerian child, will have that endearment to say, yes, we are in tune with what has happened in the past, critically, and of course, perhaps tap from the wealth of experience, the knowledge which all of these great leaders have put in their books. So I'm hoping I'll get a solution to that when you respond to this question, because it's something that really bothers me. And we are talking about not too young to run. We're talking about the youths are ready. The youths, the time is now for the youths. And, if you look around, how many of the youths even have recourse to check the books of great leaders to see what the experience and what the knowledge they've poured into this book? So I'm hoping I'll get that response from you. And, of course, wish you all the best in this journey as you continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, without overthinking your question, I feel like the role of the schools, the roles that the schools, especially the elementary schools, have to play in this, what you just mentioned is very, very critical. I remember in those days, sorry, not in those days, at least how many years now, but I remember when I was going to primary school, we used to have the history as a subject. Now, even at that time, I later got to realize that the history we were taught then were written by the Europeans, alright? They were written by the West, by our colonial masters. But we were still taught history even from primary school. But I don't think there's anyone that will argue with me now that they don't teach history anymore in primary schools and secondary schools. Unless maybe I'm probably in art class, maybe in advanced class. And so I feel like we are really getting it wrong in so many ways. I've said that I'll be pursuing a total overhaul of our school curriculum, from across all levels, because the education that we have been provided with in Nigeria now is no longer correlating with the current situation of the world in the 21st century, and we are still taught with textbooks that were written in the 80s. Alright? Going back to our history, going back to how some leaders have addressed issues like this, is the place of the schools. History education should be brought back, and not only brought back now, the true history of the Nigerian, the true pride of a Nigerian, how we actually became Nigerians, what we were before, how we were existing before the colonial masters. These are the things that people should learn from elementary education. But me, I remember what we were learning there was, we were learning, apart from that, we learned how the white men were the one that, how they came and helped us, they will not tell you about the slavery and all of that. So I feel like we should go back to our elementary schools and bring back this important aspect that are needed. So I feel like that is one way that this issue can be addressed. And I hope you are satisfied with it. If not, you keep asking till you get satisfied. Yeah, it's good. That's yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I believe for the past 4 days now, we have been learning and hearing a lot of things. So, within these 4 days, we are able to learn and see people agitate for, or people hope for, something we do for. But all this, sometimes I see it as if they are still hoping all these things happen. For example, like those leaders that you read about, most of them, what they said, even up to now, has been done. For example, the life of Jose Mojica is supposed to be an example to many people, but not happening. There was a time perhaps that they talk about, so it's okay that youth should say as what's in their mind. We talk, we do this, we protest, we do this, we do that. But we discovered that on the long run, what we agitated for, what we were fighting for, was just as before us. As it didn't go out to take the action. So now my question is, how long are we going to keep agitating, as in shouting, fighting for our rights? How far has our voice went? That's my question. Because if we keep shouting, talking, as in saying that we need to take our rights, but people that are there, they are not taking us into consideration. And we keep talking, we keep shouting, the youth voice are not heard. So now my question is, how far is our voice going in this our country as a youth? Are we just shouting, or should we just keep shouting and agitating for our rights? Thank you.
Okay. That's a brilliant one. And I will answer with an illustration of what just happened not so long ago. Yeah, now, sorry, what was the name again? Sorry, I forgot. Yes, Saif Salah. Saif Salah was concerned about the fact that the generation coming, or even our generation, do not have enough knowledge of what some of our past leaders have done. That was his concern, alright? And then in my own little understanding, I was able to prefer a possible solution, alright? I've used my voice to provide something I feel like is a solution. Now, two things can happen. It's either the whole matter just ends there, And then he will continue to have that concern, or either one of us take up the responsibility to actually see if we can effect a change. Alright? So it is one thing for us to know we have a problem, it's one thing for us to cry, we have a problem, we have a problem. It's another thing for us to find solutions to that problem within our circle. Then it's another thing for us to not channel that solution that we've been able to craft out together with the problem, and then push it out again and see what is going to happen. That is my that's what I have my thinking. Okay. No, I do not agree with you on that, because and that's why, even while we are doing this, we should be on the lookout for opportunities that will take us there. Alright, we should be on the lookout. Yeah, but what you said is true. It's going to help you to network more, give you more access to things. But even from where we are now, we can push. It's just that we are not ready to make the required sacrifice, because it's not going to be easy. Alright? It's not going to be easy. It may even get to the extent whereby you may need to stand in front of the National Assembly with banners and placards. Alright? Are we ready to make that sacrifice? So, we hear you, but it's just that you want to make that effort. Alright? So, any other question? Any other hand? The BAMS. So was there a question now? Voila. Maybe we should continue then. I don't want to attack that. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here. As a matter of fact, I came straight from the office. Let me congratulate you on what's going on, and from what you have on the board. It's clear that you're not just waiting in one place for whatever may happen to happen. You're also trying to make a change and to leave a record not only for your generation, this generation, but the generation coming behind. We've seen this in this environment, I guess, for the first time. I'm not too sure I had ever seen something like this, not in Akure at least. I have been in this Akure for some 40 years. So it is a thing of joy to be here, to congratulate you, and to hope that what you are doing today is something also that will inspire the future, those coming behind you, and long after. So about the only thing I therefore can say is to congratulate you. I'm not about joining in the conversation as such, especially so that I met you at the tail end of what we're talking about, tail end in the sense of being the end of that segment. Subsequent segments, of course, I think will also be as enlightening as the future segments. This program, I understand, is coming tomorrow, but for that fact, I probably will not have been here at this time. Otherwise, I heard about it. I thought I would still have more time until I was reminded about an hour ago that tomorrow is the end of the program. So I want to congratulate you and to wish you the best of luck. Thank you so very much.
Please moderate.
Yeah, I want everyone, because we're in the question and answer segment, and I want everyone who wants to contribute hard and also ask questions. He has been reading speech for over 3 hours, and he has spoke about people like Nelson Mandela. He has spoke about speech from Martin Luther King, speech, inaugural speech from people in Futa, the former Vice President of Nigeria, Yemi Osinbajo, the former President of Nigeria speech, Muhammadu Buhari, the former President, Ebele Goodluck Jonathan. I talked about speech from Olusegun Obasanjo Kufuor, the former President of Nigeria. He has also spoken about people of great men and caliber who are inspiring and motivation to the nation, who have influenced the country, Africa, and world as a whole. He's talking about people in the music industry and entertainment, and he's spoken about sport too. And I want to beseech every one of us, because I believe he's loaded. He's ready to answer any kind of question, from leadership to education to governance to politics to academics. He has talked about climate change, really, and he has talked about gender equity. He has talked about security, economic reform, and he had read a speech about Martin Luther King, the 3 evils of the society. He has talked about Franklin Roosevelt. He has talked about Kuka. He has talked about great people, Mahatma Gandhi of India. So I know a lot of us here are prepared already, and we want to give the chance for us to engage and interact with him. And if you want to encourage, contribute to whatever he has said and he's saying, we have some the speech with us, and we'll share it around. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of the Federal University of Technology, Akure. I'm here with my colleague. My name is Adegbero Adebanjo, Director of Corporate Communications. Mrs. Ireme, the Assistant Director of Corporate Communications. It's very heartwarming to see youths gather together to give a lie to the wrong perception about the Nigerian youth. What's happening here today is salutary. It's also an indication that Nigeria has a successor generation. In spite of what may have been said about the Nigerian youth, we know that most of the good things that we can talk about Nigeria today, the footballers, the Tobi Amushons of this world, the Davido, the contour of goodwill that the youths of Nigeria are attracting to Nigeria is bigger and better than what the politicians are giving to Nigeria. You cannot buy the goodwill that Ashake has. You cannot buy the goodwill that Tobi Amushon has with money. There are certain things, and I like to situate what is happening here in that regard. So, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adenike Temidayo Oladiji, I bring a goodwill message from FUTA to say that FUTA is backing you. If you check our Facebook page, we are following you with passion, and we know that that in line with the tradition of excellence that has been established in that, you will carry this through. The council, the students are behind you. You can check our Facebook page. You'll see what for us. This is another way to show that we have a community that is gifted in all areas. It's not just about technology, it's also about what you have decided to do. And I like to say that this has actually opened a window to Akure. I'm sure that by also ensuring that you got the official nod from Guinness World Record, the administrators of the record, shows your passion for excellence. Because if you are doing this without their backing, it will just be like navigating in the dark. So whatever you achieve is already in the book of Akure records, in the book of Nigerian record, and I'm very sure at the end of proceedings tomorrow it will be recorded in the book of Guinness World Record. So once again, on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, I wish you the best, and I want to say that we identify as an institution, we identify with you as a school, and we know that even after now, we will continue to identify with you, to project what you are doing, and to say that it is part of what FUTA stands for. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Christopher. Chris. How you doing? Hope you are strong, bro. What I want to ask is not pertaining to any of the speech, but I want to throw a general question out there. Chris is dead. You know, yesterday we were talking about Godfatherism in general. So there has been this conversation trending on Twitter since about 2 days now, considering his record label, that they bullied him into depression. And there has been a lot of videos surfacing all over the internet since yesterday, videos we've not seen before. You know, there was a time he was making noise and telling people to come out for him. So now they saw new videos yesterday and people are there are so many things going on in Nigeria and people are getting away with it. And you know, recently Naira got NDLA ambassadorship and these things. Yeah. And just feel like everything is so intertwined together, and where is that leading us to as a country? There's no solution, because people will get away with these kind of things and there would not be any answer. So I don't know, what do you think about that? So it seems this Godfatherism is not even only in politics, it is spread around all our industry, the music industry and all. So I'm just throwing it out like a general discussion. What is your opinion about this situation? And well done, bro. Thank you.
Any other question? Any other question, observation?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olatunde Tawopo. I'm from the Department of Food Science and Technology in FUTA. Firstly, I would like to say I'm glad to be here this afternoon. And I want to congratulate my very brother, Comrade Bayo Delusa. I'm also here with my friend, Amushan Israel. I just want to say that Mr. Christopher has been a voice wherever he finds himself. I know him to be a very good leader when he was with us in school, and he has led a path that many of us are still following up to this moment. So sincerely, people like him in this country. Contrary to what many youth have been saying, that we want to fight the fathers, not the leaders. We are not really fighting the leaders. Comrade Odusa has shown us, amidst many other people, that we actually need a voice. We actually need to be recognized within the country, not fight them. And I want to say thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for representing the youth. Thank you for being a voice to reckon with. Thank you for all you've done and all you are doing. I'm so glad to know you. Thank you so much.
Greetings to delegates from my prestigious Federal University of Technology, Akure. It's a institution I'm always proud of wherever I am. I remember during my NYC days, whenever we are to introduce ourselves with our school, I don't always miss out that word, the prestigious Federal University of Technology, Akure. And I'm very, very happy that the university as a community can identify with me. I do not take this for granted because I understand the fact that the university posting it alone, the publicity alone, I'm very sure the whole Futa community is electrified already. They know that this is going on. And we'll be seeing a couple of them from this morning when we started coming today. Discourse and interview. So I'm very, very happy and I'm grateful. And I also send my warm and humble regards to the Vice Chancellor. I pray that the Lord will continue to lead the school right. Although I have never met her before. I graduated from 2019. I finished my NYC last year here. So I never met her in person, but I know that she's definitely going to be one of the good persons. So I send my greetings to, and also the Dean of Student Affairs. I don't know if it is the Professor Unibi. Okay. So I send my greetings to, and I really, really appreciate the association, and it is our hope that aside breaking Guinness World Record, we have a purpose and a mission. That's what my brand is doing, Talk to the Book, to inspire people, young and old alike. The world as it is, a lot of us are not convenient or comfortable with the status quo, but the ability to speak up is not there. Some of us don't have the courage, or some of us don't know that if we speak up, we can get a change. So at this time, I've decided to put myself out there for service, to tell people that we can actually be the voice of change. We can look for solutions to problems that we see, and then we channel it to the right places using best practices that are applicable in the 21st century, and we hope that we get the desired results that we so seek. It's a 5-day event, and tomorrow, 8 p.m. will be running off. Supposed to be in the morning, supposed to be 9 a.m. but we had a little heat today, so we need to add more time so that as long as we are inspiring change, we also getting the record as well. So once again, I'm very grateful, and I send my greetings to the entire staff. Thank you very much, sir. And ma'am. I'll be moving to the other question. Babs, talked about the issue of godfatherism, and I think this same thing popped up last night. I think it was in the ninth, in the other section. I think someone asked stuff. What's happening? Why is that now that we are seeing all these things and all of that? Well, me as a person, I'm not too surprised, because you know that those guys, as long as for them to even be showing the little you can see, you know, there will be definitely a lot of shady things happening. But people that are very discreet, that they perpetrate things, talk less of people that, you know. So I'm not too surprised, you know. It just goes down to the kind of association that we as individuals we keep, you know. But if you had not joined the association, might not have had that unfortunate incident you fall in. So that is honestly, because since vices like this are something that happens in every part of the world, you know, you have mob groups, we have gangsters, we have people that are into some crazy things. So it was on the association, you know. It's now I wanted to blow now, I wanted to have this name, I wanted to so, and he ended up joining a wrong company, and it's so unfortunate that happened. And also Idelibu, I'm very, very grateful to see you. I will say you are my great grandson in office, or grandson. Okay? Yeah, and I also love that you kept on the legacy of ensuring that Southwest students or Bethesda come together every year to network, interact, and also, you know, do the things they're supposed to do as a tech. So I'm happy about that too. So, do you have any other question or any other remark from anyone? Okay, yes.
I'd like to just emphasize what you have said about the importance of the company one keeps. And I'd like to also respond to somebody asking about Godfatherism. Absolutely, there is nothing wrong about Godfatherism. What is wrong is if you have the wrong Godfather. Life is about relationship. If you become governor tomorrow of Ondo State, you are very unlikely to get to the streets and be looking for people to come and join you to serve. You are likely to pick persons that you have associated with in the course of your life. Your university mates, your secondary school, people you have lived together, people you know. If you don't build good relationship, the chances that you are going to get on in life is slimmer. Life is about relationship. Of course, all of us know that majority of the key persons now serving with our current president served with him when he was governor of Lagos. They built a relationship. So it's key that you build the right relationship and move with the right crowd, especially as young persons. There was somebody who made a lot of name for Nigeria. I've forgotten her name. She runs proud to the last Olympic Games. But some days to the Olympic Games, they said she had a problem with drug. Yeah, we also know what has happened to Drogba of late. So you don't pick drug. Drug does not germinate in the floor of your room. You connect it. And then when you also want to do well, it is important that you move, especially at the formative stages. So there's nothing wrong with moving with a Godfather. How come how many of us know BTO? He was already comfortable as a member of the House of Rep. How did he now jump to become a minister of the Federal Republic? Relationship. So you must treasure your relationship. I worked in TEL, I'm going to leave you on that now. I worked in TEL magazine for about 12 years. One day, one of my editors just walked up to me in the newsroom. He said, the governor of Ogun State, he had not been sworn in, wants to see you. He was just, that's Benga Daniel, he was just elected as governor in 2000. I never met him before all my life. But my editor and Benga Daniel were like they were roommates. So apparently he went to congratulate Benga Daniel And they asked him, do you know any media person that can work with me? I know somebody in my office. I had a relationship with Mr. Dare Babanisa, who was an executive editor at TEL. He introduced me to Benga. I served as his SC and later his CPS and a member of the State Executive Council. So it's about what? Relationship. So build your relationship, move with the right crowd, and you will get there. I leave you on that note.
Do you have more contributions? Do you have any questions?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yewande Omobome, and I'm really happy to be here this afternoon. Because to be honest with you, what he's doing right now, I cannot do it. I'm a chef, and since the Hilda Bassi record, I've always been looking forward to something that's got to do with the educational part of life. Something, I'm sorry, it is something that all of us can learn from, that does not restrict anyone. I want to make contributions regarding the godfatherism thing. I think you can have a godfather anywhere. You can have godfather in business. Some people call it role model. Some people say they are their mentors, depending on the kind of name you want to give it. I, for one, do not believe in godfatherism. I believe in that I'm a model of myself, and however I want to, or whoever I picture myself to become in future, I should be able to work towards it. So I know that a lot of these musicians, I'm aware that they do a lot of shady deals and stuff like that. I think that's what you were talking about. So they do a lot of shady deals and stuff. But I want to clear a notion, whether somebody has hand in it or not, like I've been reading on social media. I think what the family or whoever cares about Mohbad should be doing right now should rather be focusing on the family and the wife, how they can support them. And you know, I didn't really know that guy very well, but I feel like that's what they should be doing now, how they can support them. Because the lady was talking about getting a passport for the kid, and then they were planning to travel out of the country before the death of the guy. So I think what people can actually do to support them is just to see that we can raise funds for them. I think that's more important. We should just look away from whatever is the cause of the death, since autopsy is not showing it. Yeah, but it is something that we cannot avoid. We can't eradicate it. Godfatherism, like he said, the last person who spoke, godfatherism cannot be eradicated in Nigeria, but we should just be careful of the kind of person we choose as godfathers. Thank you very much.
Any other?
Any other question, observation, anything? Any question, any observation, any contribution? Please, anyone.
All protocol duly observed. I'm Dr. Akimbawali Eni Owo. When I heard that Nigeria will be talking for a program in this book or record, I just said, maybe it's around that way of talking. How can somebody be talking to just? But when I got here, I said, voices of change. I believe that this is not just talking, but the voice of change. So I am happy, I am encouraged. It's not like when we have the new president, and I was listening to him talking about Nigerians, that we are not lacking in the human resources, in the material resources. We are not lacking in knowledge. But what we are lacking is in focus and determination. So I just want to encourage the young man. Your determination, your talking is not just to talk. but it's talking for a change. The resources are there, the manpowers are there. I hope the right people will be listening to you now. That whatever you are mentioning, whoever and people that are being touched, they should also make a change. And if the government agents, people in the appropriate authorities too, are listening to you, whatever areas you have touched, they should also look at it so that we can make a change. And I thank you that you are talking in the Sunshine State. It's not the Sun that is signing there. The voice is also leading. And I pray that you will also break the record, take the lead, and the voice will not be the spoken voice and the shining voices that will go a long way to touch every part of the world and will make a great change in our social state. Thank you for picking this state, and thank you to the organizers, and I will thank the Guinness Book of Records that they will be considerate in giving us the award. Thank you.
Any other contribution? Any question? Anyone, please? If you have something to say to him, please, can you just stand up and talk, please? Anyone?
I would like to react to this book about the question. Or, yes, I would like to mention again, although I have always been mentioning it, but I will not get tired of mentioning it because I understand that our audiences have not been coming at the same time, due to work schedule and everything. We have people come, go, come, go. So at every point in time, there's a need for me to briefly talk about what we are doing here and what it's all about. So, what we are doing here is actually a 5-day speech marathon, and it has a theme: Voices of Change, Inspiring Solutions for a Better World. And what we've been doing basically is that I have itemized and written out inspirational speeches from almost 200 inspirational leaders of the world across diverse topics in the world: climate change, gender equality, governance, politics, religion, social justice, economic development. So what we're doing is, I read the speeches of these leaders, and from these speeches I have also written out lessons we can learn from them. I also read out these lessons and also call to actions. I mean, what we can utilize these speeches, those words from, at this time in our country and in our generation. So I do, that's what I do. At every point in time, at least thrice in a day, we have interactive sections. So you walk in on us while the interactive section is going on. So the interactive section is an opportunity for participants to ask questions from the speeches that have been read, or if they have questions surrounding the theme as a whole. So in front there we have some of the already read speeches and topics as well as the full extra. So that's what we'll be doing, and the event is also aimed at breaking Guinness World Records, longest speech marathon by an individual. Current record is 90 hours, and so we are doing over 90 hours. We are looking at almost 120 hours, 110 to 120 hours. But the event is going to end tomorrow, and I'm from Ondo State, I'm from Akoko, so it is like a native responsibility for me to have it here in Ondo State. I do not have, when you said be happy that so I just feel like where else should I take it to? This is why I grew up, this is how I was born, this is how I grew up. Although in the course of the planning I had like oh let's go to Lagos, there's more noise in Lagos, you get money from Lagos. But even though the event is not even aimed at raising funds because every money we'll be making from the event is aimed at charity. We are looking at to support children that we are looking at supporting children with aphasia. Aphasia is a brain disorder that reduces comprehension and ability for a child to be able to speak. Children that can't speak well and can't comprehend. Disorder is called aphasia. So whatever, so we are not even looking at even making money for ourselves. So we have no reason than to just do where we are born and we grew. So that's what I have to say, sir. Thank you very much for coming and being a part of us. I saw your hand. You wanted to say something, sir? Oh, I thought you did. Okay. It's like there's nobody that wants to. Okay. Sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Protocol observed. Once again, I just want to ask you some questions based on this Ondo State. For example, you say you're from Akoko. If we pick you from Riverine area to the north to the Akoko, looking at the development of Ondo State, do you have something to say about it? You look at the Riverine area, for example, the longest, the deepest, the widest deep sea coast. Yeah, no single development there. What are you going to tell the world about your state that have those kind of facilities? When you go to UK, Holland, Netherlands, those are things you are going to enjoy there. And when you say you are a sunshine state, electricity is the difference between the developed and the undeveloped nations. When we go to America and Canada, we see the sun, we see their lights. We have the sun. They say, let the sun pay your bill. What can you say about electricity in your area? You service the professor of electronics can fail you. Yeah, you have the sunshine state. 12 to 18 hours of sunlight. What are you going to tell the world in your speech about them? When you look at your little men, Ondo say, you know, Akure is cut off from the rest of the world now. If you cannot go to Benin, Ondo town here, you cannot even go to Ondo town from Akure. That place is cut off. Abuja cut off. Or Ife, cut off. Yes, you have little men under the ground. The stone that surround us is more than the stone that surround the world. From Akoko to the almighty Idari Hill and the rest of them. Don't bitumen and cocoa and bitumen and stones will give you the best road in the world. What will you tell the world in your speech? And if you look at cocoa, we are the best cocoa in the world. Yes, we cannot even have Bonvita. Our Bonvita is most expensive. Ondo says the leading producer of cassava. What will you tell the world about cassava? Yes, we have Gari, the most expensive Gari in the world. Looking at the resources surrounding you, your state, your town, your country, you have something in your speech to tell the world? Or look at, they talk about panel now, solar panel. It's from the sand in Bokoda and the axis there. Yet we cannot produce solar panel here in Akure. They are still importing almost inverters from area with 3 to 6 hours of sunlight to area of 12 to 18 hours of sunlight. Is it not very, very shameful? Will you have a speech for your people or for the world so that to draw their attention to your area, that we have enough resources according to our president? We have professors of electrical electronics. We are the worst start of electricity. Resources full ground. Yet. So when you are talking, can you help us answer the question and tell the world? Or that you still have more to tell them, not even for the Guinness Book of Record, but for the progress and development of your nation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one. I do not have a prepared speech for that, but I can make a quick address. And and because it's what I do, I feel like I can make a quick address to tell the world about our beloved Ondo State, right? That's what it is now. Let's tell the world about Ondo State. Let's tell them how we've been living for almost 3 decades. Where's Exodus?
We'll do that. I would like to say a few things about that, sir. Even by the so-called Holy Book being said, it said people perish because they lack knowledge. And I could say, in Ondo State in Nigeria, it's not as if we lack knowledge, but they are required knowledge, and the government policies affecting us. Like, for example, they've been talking about the decentralization of electricity. In Ondo South and Ondo State, Ondo South comprises of 6 local governments: Ileloji, Okegbo, Odigbo, Iwele local government, Oketupa local government, Ilaje local government, and Eseodo local government. And majority of the villages and towns in those places for over 12 years doesn't have light. And there are people living there. Then the question now asks is, are they comfortable with that? And if they are not comfortable, what are the steps being took by them? Now let's come from the angle of the people and the government. Our government have not done so well in that. With our constitution, there are so many policies who are archaic and doesn't meet the standard of 21st century. Now, for example, there's a case going on in Ondo State, Owena Ondo Road, and we had someone was called in the government, present state government, and said they have to get approval before doing that. And later, we had a member of our House of Representatives ordered and mobilized his people to go and do that. And he called again, like they will do something about that. We understand there is protocol, but there are sometimes there are necessities that bend protocols. These are roads where communities of Ondo State, even though it's a federal road, people who have their daily activities every day flying through that road, and the next thing you say is you're waiting for approval. Those kind of policies are archaic. There should be a way, a memorandum, a partnership with the federal government and state government for every federal road in your state. You cannot wait for the road to be on the road totally before calling. Okay, you call the federal government, maybe we wrote memo for the past 6 months and you don't got anything. Now the next thing is budgeting. Now you have to wait for a year before you put in this. And across 36 states, if one governor said, my road, how could we do that? Then there should be a way whereby immediately an emergency, state of emergency, is applied. Now from the angle of the, that's the federal government, the state government, our people are not so well prepared, and I felt it should not be like that. There are some priority sectors should have priorities which could open way for other sectors. If you don't have a good road network, even at the urban, forget about the development of economic activities. We have people who are petty traders, we have people who are businessmen. And when there is no road network, and look at it, the road in Ondo State, and from Akure to Ondo, I had it was 35 because of that road. Now, someone who is living in Ondo, coming to do business in Akure, we have to calculate the transportation. Now, he's making profit of 500 now. Adding 35, you know want to share the profit amongst them, but one good that is said we have to add the profit of 35 because of the transportation. Now, people in Akure waiting to buy the good, you'll be complaining. Now, the level of the people, looking at our mineral resources, some of our people are so selfish and greedy. I all respect to our leaders in our communities. Most of all these people don't even want the government to have access to the resources. Most of the people who knows about the resources, information is power. We might be in the same community, for example, in this room, and we do not have information about every sector or everything in this room. If we have someone who is having that knowledge, instead of availing the knowledge and information to every one of us to decide, he wish to partner with the government or find archaic or crook people to extort their resources. For example, some of the communities that have maybe few, I would not want to mention traditional rulers or community leaders. We now have to go and partner with few of people, private sector, now exploiting them. And looking at, for example, in Nigeria local government, the oil exploitation, we know what is happening now. But we pray our people, the more they go forward, the more we have good policies, the more we have people who are patriotic, the more we have people who are ready to learn, the more we have people who are ready to give back to the society. Our government, our people start getting better. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I had to like ask you to quickly round up. You know, it's not normal. It's not what we do, but there's a reason. So yeah. Just a quick as requested, I would like to make that address, and I will, in my best, in the best of my understanding, I would do, because on those states actually need something like that, and in fact, if it's something that I do not appreciate, I would not do, but I really appreciate, and I feel like that is the best time to do it. Now is the best time to do it. If they should, I mean, not many people like this, and so I'm quite proud of people following us on Instagram now. They are watching live too, so I want to hear, and let us make use of that platform. I need him to start. Or maybe let's use the phone. Let's use the phone. Video. Yeah. Okay. This is a ongoing speech marathon happening in Akure City, with the intention to break Guinness World Record on the longest speech marathon by an individual. The event is under the theme Voices of Change, Inspiring Solutions for a Better World. In the last 4 days, we have been having a series of conversations ranging from talking about reading past words from inspirational leaders across the globe, across diverse of topics and discussions. And in between, we've been having interactive sections whereby we address bordering issues that bother us as individuals and as citizens of our dear nation and indigenes of our beloved state. I'm from Ondo State. I'm an Akoko man, Ajoa precisely, and I'm very proud to be from the Sunshine State. But I would like to use this opportunity and this medium to share a few comments about Ondo State and what the world should know about our beautiful Sunshine State. Ondo State is a very, very blessed state. Ondo State is rich in diverse of resources, ranging from agriculture to mineral resources, so even the human and capital to the human resources. Ondo State is a state that Nigeria is supposed to be proud of, as it has the capacity to not only fend adequately for its people, but also contribute to the overall development of the Southwest region. But it's just unfortunate, just like many states in Nigeria, Ondo State is suffering from the systemic failure of improper growth and infrastructural development. Ondo State is a state that any investor should be proud to come and be a part of, because I can tell you for free that Ondo State is a very safe and secure state. Ondo State is somewhere that you can start your business and you can be proud and you can be sure of having your business secured. I'm using this opportunity to call on well-wishers, and even indigenes of Ondo State who are abroad, that it is time that we support our government to make things happen in our dear Sunshine State. Ondo State can be one of the leading states in Nigeria. It has the capacity, it has the resources, it has the human requirements. What it needs is the support of everyone, the support of myself and yourself. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Greetings, sir. Greetings, man. So delighted to see you. You were surprised I just made a quick address about the situation of Ondo State, calling attention of people to what we have on ground, telling them that Ondo State needs the support of everyone, especially indigenous that are abroad. So that's what's happening now. Okay. Special, this module event.
So, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for showing support to Olusa. We are really grateful. So, I just want to ask everyone if you have any question for him, if you have suggestions, ideas, or if you have an encouragement, please just let us know. Sir.
In addendum to that, Christopher Sibiolusa had started this speech marathon reading 2 a.m. on Monday. 2 a.m. on Monday, we've been here since 2 a.m. and he has spoken about a lot of people. His institutions, he has spoken about Ondo State, great men in Ondo State and in Nigeria, in Africa as well. And I'm starting from Ondo State. He has spoken about inaugural speech of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu. He has talked about Federal University of Technology. He has talked about gender equity, Fumi Ayike. He has talked about Nelson Mandela. He has talked about the former First President, Yomi Oshibajo, pathway to success in his speech. He has talked about governance, leadership. He has talked about security, economic information. He has talked about Malcolm X. He has talked about Martin Luther King Jr. 1963 speech, where he talked about the 3 evils of society. He has spoken about Franklin Roosevelt, the former US president. He has talked about various people, Nelson Mandela, and he has spoken a lot about inspiring leaders and motivational leaders who could inspire the youth to be an agent of change. And the purpose of this was because he had decided to be an agent of change in the society. His resilience, his commitment, his dedication, and started to bring this forward to the world. So we have a speech here, which you can go to, but I can tell you it's loaded. You can answer any questions from governance, politics, economic information, security, agriculture, entertainment. You talked about our people in the sport who are making us proud now, even in the entertainment industry. So apart from going to the 4 walls of tertiary institutions, you can be a person, irrespective of your personal life, maybe as a skilled person, a tech person. You have talked about AI, technology. So I will be giving you the mic to ask questions, to contribute and support. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Adenike Oladije. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Akure. I want to commend what is going on here today. We are not surprised coming from the Federal University of Technology because we know that we know the quality and the brand that our university is known for. And we wish to continue to associate and encourage you as you go on in this event. Maybe I should also allow you to speak on your views on youth and technological development as well as youth and entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My own will just be a contribution and an encouragement. I'll be speaking from the angle of a former student union leader in FUTA. While I would not want to repeat what the Vice Chancellor said, I would like to emphasize on two things. One, we have no choice but to start speaking. Where we are now in Nigeria is because some people spoke in the past. And so when I've heard about things that you have talked about, I am sure that people will listen. This is going to be an issue that people will listen to. A lot of people keep quiet, and the few ones that spoke has brought us to where we are now. Especially in Nigeria, there was a time we were speaking against the military, and despite their barrel of guns, they went into the barrack. And so for me, history also says that anybody that speaks in the face of tyrants or anything that is happening, even if they make mistakes, history will forgive them. But keeping quiet is an injustice on itself. So I want to appreciate you for what you are saying. And of course, the sky is your limit, that you should go ahead. The students, past, present, and even future students, we appreciate this wonderful thing you have done. It is important that people sit down and see how they can break record. And you are doing this. There are a lot of your mates that are doing something negative, but you are doing something good. And finally, the second point is the fact that records are meant to be broken. And you are doing one now. I can assure you the sky is the limit, and you are being supported by all Futurians. Thank you.
Please, we want people to, questions, support.
Amola Salah Bukola, I want to congratulate you because you already won, and I know that you are doing well. You are a great Futurian. I want to tell you that FUTA alumni, we are solidly behind you. University management, they are solidly behind. Amola Salah Bukola, the National Vice President, FUTA alumni. And I want you to keep it up. It is good to speak out. Let's speak out. That time when we are going younger in the LAT, they say speak out. Let's speak out against drug abuse. Let's speak out against corruption. That song we used to sing it, and there is a program they call speak out. So it's good to speak out, and I want to congratulate you. Congrats.
Please, we are expecting more.
Beato Anifoshe is my name, Dean, School of Art and Mineral Sciences and Chairman Committee of Deans. I congratulate you on your attempt at breaking a world record. You are at it, and we are quite impressed. Please go on and keep on speaking. Thank you very much.
I send my greetings without humility to the Vice Chancellor.
A few minutes ago, we received some delegations that told us you sent them here, and seeing you in person, I was very surprised, but we appreciate this gesture. So you were my school dean of faculty, Professor Amos. We sat down in the conference chair on your table more than 3-4 times, because I remember when I was representing at the faculty parliament, we used to have times to discuss, and you were always giving us listening ears. I remember that very vividly. at least 3 times. I think you organized a leadership training first. Yes, you organized a leadership training first. Then from there we were talking. I appreciate you for me, yes sir. Yes sir. I will just say again quickly what we are doing here, or what I am doing here. My name is Christopher Olusa, and I'm so proud to be a graduate of the Federal University of Technology, Accra. I finished from the Department of Food Science and Technology. I had my NYC in Kogi State. What we are doing here is me showcasing what I represent and what I've always been trying to represent, being a voice of change. I've never at any point accepted injustice or whatever I feel is not right. I'm always having this need to speak up. And if the dean would remember, I know it's we that will remember you. It's not be very easy to remember. You will know that I'm always knocking at your door, making requests for the student. That is what kind of person I am. I see that a lot of us are just like me, but we don't know exactly what to do. A lot of people are not satisfied with the way things are in their environment. A lot of people are not satisfied with the way things are in their community. A lot of people are not satisfied with the way things are in the political aspect. But we don't know what to do. The best some of us do is to go on social media and make grievances, rant, and abuse the government. But with the understanding I have, it goes beyond that. Looking for change goes beyond just going to the social media to talk. It goes beyond making noise. It requires deliberate effort. It requires making deliberate effort at getting the required change. And what we are doing now is a 5-day event that is going to bore a lot of greatness in our society. I can assure everybody, because the last 4 days has been very inspiring for even me as a speaker, because it has afforded me time to now revisit the words that are of these leaders that I have written out. Because of compiling those words, it did not afford me enough time to digest those words. But reading it out to people, I also gained a lot from them, and I'm even inspired more that some people have done some things out of courage, without fear or favor. They could push for change in their environment. Then we should do it, and we have inspired a lot of people like that too. In fact, we've given a lot of people assignments. This is your interest. Now, what can you change in that particular aspect? Even for myself, for my brand, Talk with the Duke, I've given myself 2 assignments. After this event, we are going to be looking into climate action. We are going to be looking into the education, addressing some parts of the educational system, and we will be addressing it in the right channel. When you want to make your voice known, you have to understand who wants to listen to your voice. What means do they listen to? They don't listen to Twitter noise, and we need to. The youth need to understand that they don't listen to Twitter noise. They don't listen to. They can't even hear you having the conversation with you and your friend. You have to take the right steps, and that's what we are going to be doing. And as men that will be joining us, we are very confident that we will be seeing changes in our society. So, thank you very much. Like I was saying, I've been reading speeches of these inspirational leaders, and at every point, at least 3 times in a day, we have period for interaction, whereby we ask questions, regarding the speeches. Those are with us when we started reading particular speech. They ask questions about them or questions relating to the theme of the event. So a lot of us are joined in during the interactive section, and if we are, as soon as we are done with it, I will also resume reading of the speeches that I have here prepared before me.
Thank you very much. Like I reiterate the other time, everyone, one of the speeches you have spoken about, you have talked about Winston Churchill, you have talked about Martin Luther King, and he has talked about the content of Martin Luther King. I have a dream that one day my people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their characters. You are talking about Ellen Johnson, and you have also spoken about Malala. And these are people who have inspired us, who have at the time stood up in their own generation. And these are one of the things he had inspired him and inspired every one of us to be part of the agent of change. And I want to welcome you all, the special advisor to the governor on special duties and his entourage. We appreciate your presence, and the VC, Federal University of Technology, Akure. We appreciate your presence, and we want you to keep encouraging us and supporting us. Thank you very much. Sir, I'll give you for support address. Pardon me, the special advisor to the governor on transport, Sir Toby Ogunleye, pardon me, sir, and also respected as distinguished personnel who are here seated. And I will not but appreciate the man of the moment, the person who has given us the leverage and foundation for what we are doing here. He supported us not as a man, but he demonstrated his youthful support, his youthful mind. He believes in us. He's no other person than the man seated here. He's the CEO of the Javu Hotel and Suites. He supported us not with physically, but with mind and soul. And I could say vividly, the kind of accommodation and hospitality we got here, even with cards, with money, we will not be able to get it anywhere. I want to appreciate you, sir. God will continue to bless you. We are using this auditorium just because of him, for his support for youth, and to be an agent of change. We appreciate you once again, sir. So I want you to give us address and support, just like our SCs are here, and not dignified, respected people here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Akure. I was telling my brother that I'm a proud alumnus of FUTA. My attention was drawn to what is going on here by my colleague in the office earlier. And I said, I want to witness, otherwise I've been seeing this on television. And I thought I would sit in here and then learn a few things about what is going on here. Now that I've been out to speak before I start learning, I will give the shortest speech, if not. I hope my own will pass for the shortest speech, but I want to say that I'm proud of our brother, even without spending too much time here, so much time to assess what he's been doing, but I've been briefed to some extent, and I believe that our society has future with this caliber of young people. And I want to assure you, on behalf of myself and my office, that whatever support is within and ready to give, we will not hesitate to give it. So thank you. God bless you.
Mr. Bashir Sulu, and the man of the moment. I came here because my brother, the Deputy Advisor to Mr. Governor on special duty, influenced me positively. And I believe in the maxim that says, Ubi Bene, Ubi Patia, where it is well, that is wrong. So when I heard that somebody is making the longest speech, so that will qualify him to enter the Guinness Book of Record, I said I must be there because we came for another purpose here. So that's why I'm here. So like my Oga said, we are progressive. We believe in nurturing a future that is worthy of emulation. We're in the era of Yahoo Yahoo and then Yahoo Plus. But this is not. It's an encouragement to the coming youth. It's an encouragement to the coming generation. So whatever assistance too, because assistance can come in any form, we no hesitate to give. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you very much, sir. Anma. Okay. Please, I want him to speak about people who have spoken. Yes.
Well, right now I feel like I should just go dive into my messages, but I sincerely appreciate the presence of the advisors to Mr. Governor for their show of support and solidarity to this cause. We are very, very happy to have you in our midst. And I would like to say, so that it won't be like we are not raising funds here, because anything that, in fact, anything that is being given to us will be used to support children with aphasia. Aphasia is a brain disorder for people, and it doesn't enable them to comprehend and to speak. So whatever anybody will be giving us is going to be used to advance the cause of supporting children with aphasia. So, and that is what I wanted to add to it before I move into my messages, if I'm permitted to. Okay. If you have questions, if you still have more questions, I'm very, very available to answer that.
We encourage more people to support and talk to us more and advise him, because he's moving back to the space anytime soon. Yes, actually one of our vision. No, indirectly you're supporting him and you're supporting those people too. That's what he's trying to say. That's the direct word, sir. Okay, sir, we appreciate you for your support, and you know we are like the father to us, and you do the need to. But he has already spoken, sir. Yeah, his words are final. Yeah. So please, he's going to the speech now. If there's no more questions, answer.
My question is very simple. Maybe you need to expatiate when you say we are not here to raise funds. Maybe you should have said we are not here to raise funds for ourselves. Maybe you should expatiate on that so that they can be aware.
Yes, okay. I feel like that would have been a very more appropriate word. But the reason why I made that statement was I was hearing the word support, and I'm like, so I not be like, politicians be like, maybe it's always this one to look for money. That's why I just have to like say like we are not here to look for money. But it is in one of our agenda, according to the request even made to, according to our proposals to Guinness World Records, that the event, since we are doing under the name of the brand, if it's going to get any donations, to be to a fruitful societal cause. And I believe that every one of us too will also want to be a part of that fruitful journey. Like I said, children that are unable to comprehend and speak We have so many of them in our maternity centers, and under the Talk with the Duke Foundation, we will be reaching out to them to support them with all we make from this event. And like I would just like to say again, we receive a lot of hands, but I don't know why the advice came in, because this first time politicians are saying we want to give you support now. So I don't look like people that are watching now will say they are raising funds for speech marathon. So that is why I asked us to do that. And I hope I'm well understood.
Thank you very much. You've spoken explicit on that. Heroism itself for the purpose. Yeah, thank you, our barrister.
Well, hello. Yes. I don't commence any speech or homily or whatever without saying praise God at first. So praise God. Yes. I say praise God for you, my dear brother. Yes, my dear brother, I want you to listen to this. I actually was drafted in here by my friend. I came here for a different purpose, and as I entered, it was as if I was at a sea, not knowing what was going on and where I actually was. But my friend here briefed me on what exactly is going on here. I want to say that I'm highly impressed by your initiative and the feats that you have accomplished, because one of the burdens that I carry, well, I didn't introduce myself, sorry, I'm Pastor Dr. Gabriel Ayeleso of Compassionate Caregivers. So one of the burdens that we carry in my ministry is for youth. You see many of them just hovering around the street and moving about almost like a sheep without shepherd. So seeing a young man, I think spirit, I think I should thank God for you and your support for you. Is it a speech or whatever? My own support for you will be to be praying for you that yet attain a good and height in Jesus' name. So shalom to you. Well, God bless you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Okafor Arinze. My friend told me about what's going on here, and I came here to see. So far, I've observed some things here, but I want to ask, what do we expect after this marathon? Is it just for the marathon, or there is a movement after this one? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think. Okay. Any other question? A movement of change. Any other question?
Pastor.
Pastor.
Thank you. I just want to again commend you for the great work you're doing. I remember being here late yesterday and how you kept going. And even though, you know, going through all that, you still been very, very articulate, such an intelligent young man, and we're just so proud of you. That's all I have to say.
Okay. If there's no one else, I think you could answer the questions now. Daddy.
And it's not a question, it's just a word of encouragement for him. I remember when you came here last month to seek my assistance.
not financially, to see if you could use if there's a space for you at the Jabu. And I told you anything that has to do with youth, count me as one. I'm still part of the youth. It's not a matter of figure, but what is in me, the youthfulness is that is in me is still very high. And I told you I'm going to support you until you get it done. And you're about to get it done in a few hours now. Don't give up. Keep going, my brother. Success is yours at the end of the day. Thank you.
I sincerely appreciate all the words of encouragement.
I sincerely appreciate all the words of encouragement, and I want to answer the question, what to expect from this after this. Number one thing that those things you expect is you should expect another Guinness World Records in our states, because we are bringing it home. Then, as a matter of fact, this event has been one that is not just about the record, but is about inspiring change. And from all the speeches being read, we've read a call to actions from them. These are words of inspirational leaders now. We've been able to identify how the words of a particular leader can be used to solve our contemporary problems now. The speech of someone in US, how can we use it to solve the problem we have in Ondo State. So that's what we're doing. So we expect that our listeners, participants can utilize this and effect change. Then number two, because under my brand Talk with the Duke, we want to be inspiring people to inspire change. We have a lot of people that want to do something like this, like they want to have an opportunity to be a voice of change, but they don't know how to go about it. We'll be having a mentorship program whereby we'll be having people to be giving the people the required knowledge and skills, because it takes some skills to do this. I've been doing this my 4th day. People have been coming in, they have been leaving me here, going to their house, sleep, eat, they come back again, they meet me here, and that's been like that, and like that, and like that. So we are going to be training people on the required skills to inspire. We're also going to be doing charity, just like I said. Funds generated during these 5 days will be to a cause of charity. Then lastly, we're also going to be doing a lot of advocacy, because that's what my brand stands for on its own. And our advocacy is going to be channeled to specific issues in the society, and so you guys should be ready to watch out for them. I'm going to be doing it in a way that you have not seen them done before, I can assure you, especially in the States, because I want to make that difference. I want to make that change. You may not even see my hair on Twitter, because this time around we want to effect this change. So, and everybody will see it. No, there won't be any excuse. This event, a lot of people may not know about it, but when we are about to channel our requests, the right people will be made sure that they see it, and we hope that we'll get you desired results. So I hope I've been able to answer you, sir.
Any other questions?
Is there any other question before we proceed? I would just like to take one. This was from Lucanian, and let's see what he has for us. There's no question. Okay.
Okay. Please, before you go into speech, we would like you to talk about how government policies can affect the people. and economic information. The government policies in good way. Because if I think I know you alluded about that. I want you to channel 1 or 2 ways. Probably you make a case study, state or.
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, like the goodwill of the government, the presence of government, you're having a good policies about a sector, how it can transform our society, how it can transform our youth. We talk about 1 or 2 about how their policies could help us. Transformation in just few times, rapid transformation.
A government policy is supposed to, if implemented, it's supposed to. It's something that you don't need to start saying how will it transform, because every policy has its own specific goals, it has its own specific agenda, it has its own specific problem it addresses. So if a policy is implemented by any part of the government, from any level of the government, and it has been implemented, we have so many unimplemented policies in our society today, especially from the top level of the government, federal government, so we're not implemented policy. If a policy is being passed, it's been implemented, its set objective will be achieved, because every policy has modes of application. It has people that are supposed to be, it has agencies that are supposed to carry it out. It has people that, so it's not something that we should now start maybe. A policy from the government is supposed to be for the people, and if implemented, like I said, we will see the desired goals and desired results from the policy. But if I'm even just trying to gather around your question, or maybe we should say the policies that our government are rolling out to us, are they policies that are effective? Are they policies that are addressing our
immediate challenges,
our main or the main issues that we have as a state or as a body? Are these policies what we need at this time? Are they addressing the problems? So I feel like if that is another angle that we can bring in policy and talk about government policy. It seems that most of the government policies we have now are government policies that were copied in 1999, and over a while now, a lot of them have not been revisited. A lot of them have not even been read out to the people. They don't, in fact, some government officials don't even know all the policies that are guiding their agencies, because they are just there. We are not implementing them. We are not executing some of these things. So, and when governments want to make new policies, and all stakeholders involved in that will benefit or feel in that policy, have they been carried along? Now, there are some policies that they are supposed to be for the greater good of everybody, but the way governments bring these policies out, it at the end of the day affects the citizens. Now, for example, the speech I read before we started the narrative section, the Novendia president was talking to his Kubran counterpart, Pedro, and he was talking about he was talking about climate change, how they want to move from the use of wood to generate energy to use of solar. Now, because of the current global situation, that is a very, very good practice. It is good that the government was thinking in that positive direction. But do you understand that for them to do that, they were now considering people that are making money off that practice? It's a practice that needs to be changed. It needs to be addressed because of climate change, the alarming rate of climate change, and the urgency to address it. They need to move from using wood to generate energy to solar. Perfect policies. But they were considering people making living off selling wood. In Nigeria, do our government think like that? And so because of those people now, they now have to lay down additional plans. Okay, he made an address in 2013, and they were like, it will take us additional 15 years. Not because we don't have access to borrow money to make that effective change, but because the millions of lives that are depending on the sales of the wood, the people that plant them to sell them, the people that go and harvest them, people that process them. So they have to put all of that to account. And it will take extra 15 years for us to be able to gradually take them off that part and lay them in other industries. So they will not pack everybody, and then all those ones will now be hungry because we want to give a new policy. In our own climate, in our own country, do our government think like that? When the policy is a good one, do they think of the backlash, the effect that it may have on the people? Fuel subsidy was removed, fantastic, the country cannot afford it anymore. But what efforts were put in place before the removal to cushion the effect? They had to wait for extra 3 to 4 weeks before we heard of promises. So when government make promises, make policies, or are about to make policies, they should consider the citizens. And I think I've been able to answer him, and I wish I have actually been able to answer him.
All protocols duly observed. My name is Emmanuel Ajay, the Director of Programs for Youth Reorientation Movement. I have a question for you. And the question is, how can we ensure that our youth are equipped with the necessary financial literacy skills to make informed decisions and actively participate in shaping their financial future? And what steps must the government and relevant agencies take to empower them in this regard?
Number one, I heard something about being an informed, because you read it too fast, and at this state I am, my listening skills is not that sharp. But I heard something as regards being an informed citizen and education. Very, very important. We should, and the government has a very, very big role to play in that direction as well. At least the universal basic education is supposed to be catered by the government, because it is painstaking even for the government to be ruling people that are not educated. It is painstaking for the government to be ruling people that don't know that they should not pour garbage inside gutter because of lack of education. What is that causing at the end of the day? It's called flooding. The roads get spoiled. The government to start fixing the lodging drainages. This house is spoiled. The compensation due to natural disaster and all of that. It is painstaking for any government to be governing uneducated people. But our government don't know, or maybe they derive, I don't know, because someone actually brought out a theory this morning. That was Babati. It was like, it's like they want to weaponize literacy. But on a normal sense, it is very difficult when we govern people that are not educated. So to be financially stable, to improve your standard of living, number one, you have to have knowledge. That is very, very important. Then I didn't get the remaining part, but I heard being an informed person, and I know that education is a very integral part of that.
In addition to government's influence, in a system like Nigeria, where, to a large extent we sometimes operate like a lawless nation, so is it the government to lend its voice in changing the mindset of the people, or do we go back to the basics of education? So if you look at nations like North Korea, for instance, where it's almost like a military rule, but then somehow the nation functions or works. What needs to be done for Nigeria? Because again, we can't kick out the uneducated from Nigeria. Is it the government's role to make those changes? How do we change the mindset of the people to the point where things start functioning properly?
Yes, I would just say a very straight yes to the fact that it is the role of the government, or one of the roles of the government, to ensure that its citizens are educated. According to the child law or the child right, yes, according to the right of a child is entitled to education. Now, a child is entitled to, it is a must according to that law that your child should have education. But now, look at the economic reality of the country. Alright? People are improvised, that people are living in abject poverty. And we have a part of the law that says that child must be educated. The government is supposed to take a responsible role to ensure that part of the law is being kept, that the child should have education. So the government, at least, I've said it and I'm saying it again, should at least take responsibility of the universal basic education of a child. From primary school to GS3, the government should be able to provide free education. And now, in that brief education, the child is equipped with the most adequate fundamental basis of learning, so that the child automatically can differentiate between the good, the bad. He knows his rights as a citizen. He can stand and talk in the language he's being taught. Not the kind of education whereby even you see university graduates that don't even know what a now is. So if the government is providing that free education, it should be quality as well, so that you are sure that your citizens are educated. I was talking about the Vodian presidents as well. In a year, they trained 1 million people. The president, a country trained 1 million people, something that before they could only have the capacity to train 18,000 people per year. But with a reform, just one reform, they trained 1 million people, educated 1 million. They had access to everything they needed to do as a citizen. The basic thing that you should know as a citizen that makes you educated in some aspect. So the government just has to take responsibility of that. Any other questions? No questions. Any questions? Any remark? Very welcome, sir. Any question? President of Akoko Youth today? Akoko Youth Forum. Okay. This is a big platform for you. You have thousands of Akoko people watching. Okay. Let us. Maybe I should just proceed. I can see my mommy. That's my secondary school principal, and I offer her a lot of respect. Thank you very much, Akona. I saw David. David or Daniel? David, yes, I saw him on Monday. Thank you very much. Should we just continue, or we should keep on interacting? But we are going to be the ones to decide that. If you have any answer, we keep on interacting. But if you have me to go into these speeches, some of them are boring, but they are full with words of wisdom. I can say that. But they might be boring. So that's why I'm trying to let us keep interacting. Let us keep interacting. We've had sets of people, we've had FUTA, everybody in FUTA come. They met us in the interactive session. Everybody in people that just left met us in the interactive session. So feel like it's going to help us to at least, it now remains some of us that not like the boy aspect. Okay, okay, no problem. 4G unity and progress, a call to build a strong nation. And this address is by Liu Kan Yin. 4G unity and progress, a call to build a strong nation by Liu Kan Yin. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, honored guests, welcome to this captivating speech marathon, where we have the privilege to revisiting a pivotal moment in history through the words of a visionary leader. Today we dive into the speech that marked the crucial junction in the journey of a nation, as it transitioned from colonial rule to self-governance and embarked on the challenging yet inspiring path of nation building. Through this speech, we are transported back to December 3, 1959, a day that resonated with hope, unity, and the promise of a brighter future. This speech we are about to hear is delivered by Prime Minister Liu Kan Yin. It encapsulates the essence of transformative moment and holds valuable insights that continue to resonate even in the present day. So let us embark on this intellectual journey, ready to be enriched by the wisdom and foresight embedded in the words of this remarkable address. It was sourced from the National Archives of Singapore. Speech. Friends and fellow citizens, exactly 3 months ago, 3rd of June, with the promulgation of a new constitution of the state of Singapore, the British governor and commander-in-chief of the colony of Singapore was abolished. Gone were the cocked hats of the white plums, the symbol of over 100 years of our British overlord. It was a memorable evening 6 months ago, with the people of Singapore gathered here to rejoice in the step we were taking away from the colonial past towards an independent future and our toils with destiny. But the man who used to wear the cocked hat with the plums on top did not disappear. Quietly and obstructly, he put away the symbols of his once great office. As laid down by the Constitution, he became the constitutional head of state. To help transfer smoothly the reins of power to the government elected by the people, yesterday he departed, and with his departure, gone the last of the powerful British governor who once had held sway over our lives. This morning, a few minutes ago, our own young the Patrol was sworn in and installed in office. It's a milestone in our history. He is not a powerful man with power of life and death over us. His role is that of the constitutional head of the state of Singapore. He is the personification of the state of which you and I are a member. Abstract concepts like the state do not easily arouse mass enthusiasm and loyalty. From tribal chiefs to kings and emperors, through the ages down to present-day dictators and presidents, it was the individual leader that personalized the state. But our young great patrol is not post-tented. As human civilization advances, forms of government also change. No individual is perfect, so the search for more perfect forms of government was moved from the rule to the autocratic to the collective leadership elected by the people. We, your government, your elected government, constitute that collective leadership. But today, collective leadership is an abstract concept and cannot easily invoke mass enthusiasm and loyalties. So over and above this collective leadership of the elected government is the titular head of state. It symbolizes all of us. To him devote and loyalty are due. It is my privilege to introduce you to Yang Potro. It is not his high birth which commended him for this high office, for he is a commoner. It is only that he is one among us whose deep understanding of the hope and fears of our people and whose natural dignity ensures that the duties of his high office be discharged honorably and well. With his installation as our first Malayan Yang Potro, who have also adopted new symbols, the flag, the coat of arms, the anthem, they serve a powerful motive function. Men have died for the honor and the glory of their flag. Men have railed and united in instinctive response to their anthem. Small country though we may be, it is nevertheless necessary that we develop this instinctive motive response so vital to the survival of a people. Singapore is unique in many ways. All island city-states of 1/2 million people with a constitution of semi-independence. We must be unique in this world in having our own adult citizens, less people who are born and bred here than those born and bred elsewhere. Of our 9 ministers, only 2 were born and bred in Singapore, and so it is with the bulk of our adult citizens. In the last election of about 600,000 voters, only 270,000 voters had less were born and bred in Singapore. I have mentioned this fact to emphasize the need of inculcating common values, common loyalties, common responses among our people. The sense of belonging together, belonging to one entity, one unity, is a must in our task for nation building. An old nation with an ancient past has long historical experiences to bind its people together. Indeed, it is their long history that permitted the evolution of a common language and a common cultural heritage. We may not be able to afford such a long time to evolve a common heritage for our people. There are forces let loose in Asia and in the whole world, which makes it dangerous and foolish for us to count on several decades in which to accomplish our task of building one nature and one people. We must go about our tasks with urgency. The racial and cultural conflict endangered by differing economic status between the indigenous people and the Chinese settlers in neighboring countries are green reminders to us to accomplish our task of integrating our peoples now and quickly. We cannot afford the tragedies that have taken place among some of our neighbors. Hence, we have chosen this auspicious occasion, the installation of our own Yang Potro, to launch Loyalty Week, a week in which to remind ourselves that if we are to prosper and flourish, we must be loyal to the states that sustain us, and to the states that should always remind us of our obligation and inspire us to unity of action and purpose. To make our point just now, I recounted how of the 9 ministers in the government, only 2 were born and bred in Singapore. But in truth, our task is not formidable. Of the 9, 8 were born and bred in Singapore or Federation of Malaya. One was born in Sion but had from infancy been bred in Malaya. In a world where all the city-states have disappeared, in a century where only the big and the powerful nation count, there may be a touch of pathos in our attempt to inculcate local loyalties in 1.5 million people. It is always useful to keep our sense of proportion. We are searching for what the vital sense of oneness in a common destiny. Let us not forget that what we have always inculcated is a sense of belonging to Singapore as a part of the larger Malayan home. Today, here on this Pandong, and also in the thousands of homes listening with us here, let us renew our faith in ourselves and our future. Let us resolve to be loyal to the interests of our people. Let us pledge ourselves afresh to make this island happy and a peaceful place of plenty. For all those who have been born and bred here, together with all those who have soon to be with us, may our new hopes endure and invoke our hearts those sublime feelings of dedication and sacrifice to a cause bigger than our individual selves. Finally, let us give to young the portrait the loyalty and affection due to him as a symbol of unity of the person who constitutes the state of Singapore. Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew's speech delivered on December 13, 1953 at the City Hall in Singapore carries several profound lessons that remain relevant and institute even in the present day. Transition and unity. The speech highlights the significance of a smooth transition from colonial rule to self-governance. It underscores the importance of unity during times of change. This lesson reminds us that in any period of transition, whether on a national or individual level, a sense of unity and cooperation is vital to ensure stability and progress. Symbolism and leadership. Lee Kuan Yew understands the significance of symbols, such as the head of state and national emblems, in fostering a sense of dignity, of identity and loyalty among citizens. This lesson holds true in contemporary times, emphasizing the role of effective leadership and symbols in creating a shared sense of purpose and pride in a nation or organization. Inclusivity and integration. This speech touches upon the need for creation of common values and loyalty to overcome difficulties and importance of inclusiveness and understanding to foster harmony in societies are increasingly diverse. This speech also highlights the urgency of nation building and unity in a rapidly changing world. This lesson serves as a reminder that nations and communities must address their internal challenges promptly, working towards societal cohesion and shared goals. Lee Kuan Yew's speech understood that the responsibility of nation building are not solely chartered by the government, but extended to each individual citizen. This reminds us that collective responsibility is essential. The speech acknowledges the evolving forms of government. Lee Kuan Yew emphasis on the symbols like flag and anthem, sense of urgency. The speech makes us understand that we should make actions without delay at all. The call for loyalty to the state's civil action and fulfilling obligation. Learning from history. Lastly, the speech itself serves as a testament to the importance of studying industry and drawing wisdom from past and present to gain experience that can guide our decision and action today. As we reflect this speech now by Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, timely despite the 1959, it has several compelling calls of actions. Promote ethical leadership. Must promote ethical leadership. Must cultivate a sense of belonging. Encourage dialogues, community building, initiative, and prioritize unity in times of change. Then we should act swiftly on urgent issues. Act swiftly on urgent issues. So we should champion unity among differences and learn from history to make informed decisions. Yes, very important. When we want to make informed decisions, we should always check back who has been in this kind of condition before. What did they do at that time? Consult from history. In essence, the spirit of Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew speech continues to guide us through building inclusive. It is a call to action that encourages us to embrace change, lead ethically, and work collaboratively to change a brighter future for all. So with that, come to the end of Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew's speech. Can I proceed? Okay, bridging the gap of future workshop and developing next generation of STEM practitioners. Bridging the gender gap of the future workshop and developing next generation of STEM practitioners. This speech is by Engineer Mrs. Fumilayo Waid Ade Kojo. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, official leaders, it is an honor to stand before you today as we dive into a topic of paramount importance for our time. Bridging the gender gap of future workshop and developing next generations of STEM practitioners. As we are here on this speech marathon, we embark on a journey of exploration, insight, and inspiration. The words we are about to hear hold the potential to reshape perspective, challenge norm, catalyze change, and in an era defined by innovation and progress, the call to address the underrepresentation of women in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, STEM fields echo louder than ever. Guided by the words of the Managing Director of Fumi Ayinke Nigeria Limited and the Fumi Ayinke Management Foundation, we will uncover the layers of this multifaceted challenge and unveil a tapestry of actionable strategies today. We not only listen but engage, not only reflect but act for the empowerment of women in STEM. Is a cause that reverberates beyond boundaries and resonates with the very essence of more inclusive and equitable future. Do you have questions? Okay. Once we are done with that, we'll just go into the words of Engineer Fumilayo Waid Ade. Good job. Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, if you have questions for him, please can we just, or word of encouragement, anything you want to tell him, please, we do that now, please.
Thank you very much. Words of encouragement have come, and then with our presidents. Like I have with me the president of Akoko Youth Forum, Honorable Akaju Blessing.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful opportunity. We are here to facilitate with a friend to support him morally, and in one way or the other. I was here on Monday and to look at the kind of speech he has been given to deal with nation building. These are the kind of speech that we can even come up together as a journal to, to give to our leaders in sync to the need of nation building, most especially in this country and Africa at large. And actually, I don't have much to say now, but when they talk about loyalty this other time, we all observe that in this country, our leaders, they do preach loyalty. But I'm one of those that believe that your loyalty to any leader should be that leader that cater for your whereabouts and your welfareism. If that loyalty is being breached from their hand, there's nothing they need our loyalty for. And this is the time to call to every one of us to stand our gap. When somebody is calling for our loyalty, are they ready to loyal to us? Are they ready to develop us? Are they ready to contribute to our welfareism? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have with me again the immediate past president of Akoko, Nakas. Where is she? Oh, and this topic that you're just dwelling on, she's supposed to be here to come and dwell on it. Why? She just coming? Okay, because she was a man. Her own story. A man was the immediate past president of NACAS, National Congress of Akoko Students. Then she came in. We were always giving ovation to the guy that, Lemwe, you did well, But this lady, she came, chemistry, Kemisola Babatunde came, and then she did well. And then, like I said, I scored her 85%. If I've scored the man 70%, that's Kemisola Babatunde, the immediate past NACAS president. That's just to say that, number one, if you're talking about the breach in the gap between the gender breach, are the women or the ladies, are they available? The very few that have been very much available, they've exempted themselves. Okonjo Iweala of this world, then Obi is a Kwezele, and then I will say again, Kemisola here. So they should be available. You're talking about the courses like, you see most of them drifting to law. They are not there on the field of engineering. They're not there. Medicine, yeah, they're there. But those ones that are a bit tough, marine engineer, they're not there. So are they available? In the political setting, are they available? If they are available, definitely we will make the best use of them. Then the gap that we are, it's just like talking about the gap between the north and the south in terms of education. Are they Almanjeli, are they ready to go to school? When Jonathan even created school for them, more beautiful than we have at the south, were they there? So it's a challenge. I'm trying a challenge to the women, to the ladies, to the other opposite sex, that they should make themselves available. When they are available, they have the best of brain. I always said is that, look, if we are stronger than the women, that God will create a woman. And then when he created a woman, he said, I'll create a helpmate. A helpmate. And my question is, if you are not stronger than me, can you help me? So women are stronger. That's me. So, but are they available? And I'm just saying it, the very few that are available, you see them performing wonderfully on their field. I'll call chemistry to just encourage our brother. Thank you. Chemistry.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good afternoon. It's the weather. Sincerely, when I saw the graphics for this Voice of Change, you know, in recent time, we've been seeing of record that Guinness Book of Records. But you know, it's not easy for you to want to choose something different entirely from what everybody is opting for. Everybody wants to do this, do that. But for you to choose something that is entirely different takes the fact that you have actually thought deep about it. You've decided that you want to choose something entirely different from the status quo, from what everybody wants to, from the track that everybody wants to follow. Voice of Change, I think I was here 4 days ago, the day that this event started. I've been listening and I've been following most of what our brother here, Bayode Olusa, have been, the change the record is trying to break. The exposure, the exposition to different topics, different areas, and we've been learning. We've been learning, in fact, from people that have impacted in our world, not just in Nigeria, I mean globally now, in Africa, in the world. We've been able to learn one or two things from their story, their lifestyle, and how they have been able to achieve what they've been able to achieve. Now, talking about gender equality, participation of our women in different phases of life, gender engagement. There was a time that maybe about 15, 20 years ago, you see most of our women, they are not ready to be involved in most of the happenings around us. The only things we want to be involved is just maybe the home front and all. But the world is evolving. Women are beginning to come out. Women are already participating in even field. Then normally people think their gender, this one is for the male gender. But no. And that is because from stories, from history, just like what our brother, the exposition of different women in different fields. It's not just today. I know 2 days ago, there were exposition about gender too. Women have been able to change their world, have been able to make impact, to make a difference, to change the status quo from what the standard of what people ordinarily would have been. So in the field of engineering, from what everybody feels, it's just before we used to think it's about the men and all that. But the truth is, women, when they are determined to face a particular field of endeavor, they tend to, women are passionate. We're actually passionate about what we do. There's this extra passion, extra fire that you want to add when you are given an opportunity to make an impact. Now, that impact is not just in politics now, in business, even in career choices. You see women that want to do, engineers. Look at the lifestyle of most women that are into engineering, medicine. You see that they take extra effort to actually actualize their potential in that field. And there's no way people will not notice them. Even women excelling in the field of politics, once you give them that platform, that opportunity, they want to explore, they want to give their best. Most time you want to give your best, not because you feel because of the gender, but because you don't want to block that same pathway that others that might be coming after you. Now, I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. There are times that when a woman feels in a position, people will not say, they'll say, I don't know if you understand. But if a woman excels, in years to come, when there's another that wants to take over from that path, then there will be that encouragement that no, someone has done it before, because we are trying to break a wall. That's what women that are trying to do one or two things in our world today, that's what they are trying to do. They are trying to say, yes, I can do this, yes, we can do this, yes, we can, because they are trying to convince people to support our gender. So I sincerely want to appreciate our brother for this great platform that you've created, this impact, because we are trying to make an impact in our world. They are trying to make an impact right here in Ondo State. You are even projecting the image of our state, the Sunshine State, to the global world. So I want to sincerely appreciate you, and also on behalf of our gender, the women, whether at the level of Akoko, whether at the level of Ondo State, and the world at large, that yes, we are with you on this, and we know that yes, that record, we are going to break it. So thank you very much. We are with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've told you that chemistry will daze you. I just want us to have a word from. Nice having our brother around. Though you'll be duly recognized, but at least I need to give it to you. Abba, let me call the president, National Congress of Akoko students, because we are here in numbers from Akoko to. He's an Akoko man, so to come and pep him up and then tell him he can even do more than Friday. Abi? Thank you very much, President.
Thank you for this great opportunity. I will say on Monday I was here and our dear brothers have strived so much because it is not easy among all other things someone to decide to choose a particular topic or to choose a particular ways in which he can talk to our leaders. I could see some of the histories of our leaders across the whole world that I make mention of, and which we have learned a lot from it. I will commend your effort, and I will also say this, you have done a great job, and on behalf of Akoko students at large, we say well done, and may the Lord continue to strengthen you. Thank you.
On maybe the rounding up note, I'll call one of our leaders from Akoko, Honorable Tani Mola, to just give a word.
Thank you, everybody. All I have to say is to appreciate our brother and to encourage him, because it is not easy being on an event for almost 5 days. We all know what it takes, 24 hours times 5. That is almost over 100 hours. So I want to encourage you that you can still do more, and they said sky is the limit. But my prayer is that sky will be the beginning for you. So why some people be saying sky will be their limit, your own will be sky will be your beginning. And I know with this one you are doing, you are promoting the name of Akoko, particularly Akoko Northwest. Because if we are talking about Akoko, I will still pick my own local government from it, which is Akoko Northwest. So I will encourage you to do more, and God Almighty will continue to be with you.
Thank you very much. Let me just tell you too that before we came in here, I had a word from with the Honorable Minister, and he sent his greetings. And we are doing something different in Ondo State, and I believe we should reverse it. Though we are Sunshine State, and at the same time we are fountain of knowledge. So we are not doing our own longest kiss, Abi, our own longest sex. Ours is educative. Can you please give it up to him? Thank you very much. Asako Lamuwa is my name. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. We want to appreciate everyone who is here present. I'm looking at National Congress of Akoko students. I'm looking at stakeholders from Akoko and people at large. And I would like to reiterate, like I've always said, Christopher Sibiolusa started this 2 a.m. on Monday. We've been here overnight, following the guidelines of 5 minutes rest in an hour. And you could calculate that in 6 hours, we have 30 minutes rest. So we have to maintain our time. He has to eat, he has to take rest. And I want to talk about speeches he has spoken about. He has spoken about the inauguration speech of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu. He has talked about the speech of Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Pathway to Success. He has talked about Martin Luther King Jr. He has talked about the quote of Martin Luther King, I have a dream. And I talked about the 3 evils of society, which used against us: racism, poverty, militarism, and the like. He has also spoken about Ebele Goodluck Jonathan. He had spoken about Vincent Churchill, he has spoken about Franklin Roosevelt, the former U.S. president. He has talking about Malala. He has talking about Nelson Mandela freedom, where when he was in prison for 5 years, he had to come and defend himself in court. And you know, that kind of confidence for you to, even when you're in prison, it's the passion for change. And that's why we are here. He had brought out the resilience, commitment, dedication, the focus in you that we can have impact and we can start now collaborating together. We have team members cutting across the health, the technical directors, the curation department, the timekeepers, independent witness, and various to put things involved, put all effort. I want to appreciate everyone. I saw the presence of honorable members here, which I will, after my speech, I will give the mic. The presence of Right Honorable Apayomi Akerunto, the Deputy Speaker, we appreciate you. I want to appreciate the Deputy Minority Leader too, Honorable Raymond Oluwatoyin Daudu from Akure Southwest Oka. And also, I want to appreciate the effort of Honorable Princess from Idori, Tosin Ogunlawo Iroko. I want to appreciate one of our partnership to Ageless. She's here. Thank you very much. I see you. So please, I want, because he's loaded, cutting across politics, governance, education, economic information he has spoken about, and he's loaded. Even technology, he has read speech about, even Davido and Two-Face talking about music industry and what we could do as a youth apart from our certificate. He has talked about technology, he has spoken about leadership and youth becoming men. So I believe now any question can come to him and he's going to answer fully. I'm having the belief in that. So please, you can support, contribute, and ask questions. Anyone, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Because of our time, I know an introduction has been done. I remain the Right Honorable Abayomi Babatunde Akerunto, Deputy Speaker on Ondo State House of Assembly. And here with me, Honorable Princess Ogunlawo, she's the Deputy Majority Leader, and Raymond Daudu, who is the Deputy Minority Leader. Well, we don't have much to say than we are here to, well, let me just say, we are here on behalf of Ondo State House of Assembly, and it also interests us from the South Senatorial District. She's from the Central Senatorial District, from the Northern Senatorial District. So that shows our support across the three senatorial districts of Ondo State. We are here to support our man. Let me just say our man, my own guy, because he's somebody I have admired for a very long time. I think we met on Twitter, and we have been friends for a very long time. So we're here to support you, to encourage you. The only thing I will say is that I know it's going to be a success. So I want to congratulate you in advance. And I know at the end of this journey, I think you have about, by this time tomorrow, towards the end of tomorrow, you should be through with this. I believe that at the end of the day, this effort will not be in vain, and the Guinness World Record will send you such recognition that you deserve. So once again, I want to congratulate you and encourage you, and also in our own little way, we will support this your challenge, and I also want to appreciate those who that have supported this program. Honorable Azagula said something that in those days will do something different, but I was like, how can somebody be talking for about 4 days? Even some of us that, all of us that are three of us that are lawmakers, when we get up and we say one or two things, we are tired, you know. So I want to congratulate, and I want to pray that God will give you the strength and energy to make this a success. So once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, my great brother, senior boy of the school there, very active. I know that sky is actually your beginning, in Jesus' name. I'm just there to support you. Thank you very much. I'm so blessed to have you Yes, as an ex-student of that great school. Thank you very much. God will continue to strengthen you. You are going to finish well in Jesus' name. And this one is going to bring great grace upon you in the mighty name of Jesus. We have your mates outside there doing nonsense for the state and even for the nation, so that they will know that Nigeria is great. We have great people from here. Not only kissing as that man said the other time, but great ones with great brains. I appreciate you. God bless you. And God bless the womb you are from. And God bless your father. God bless Ondo State. God bless Nigeria. God bless us all. Thank you very much. You are lifted.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon once again, everyone. I just want to say something small about the speech he just gave concerning, the gender balance, especially the female counterpart. That before he stepped out about giving opportunities to the female and said, where are they? Are they standing up also? As a matter of fact, I'm the zonal coordinator of Nigerian Association of Food Science and Technology Students in Southwest, and I have 22 activities. The female did it better, they did it well. We have the strength, we might have the strength as it is believed, but ladies, they have the ability to stay on something and not get it done. We can easily, after probably a tough time, look for another means of, but they can stay on that thing and get it done. So, like, I just want to say that give opportunity or a platform to is actually something, especially in a country as Nigeria, let me say Africa, where we can easily disregard the opposite sex. We should give them the opportunity. It will be so shocking that we have men who want to come out, who want to do something awesome, who want to do something that has been bit tough or something that we can do. There are many of them out there, but because of the situation we find ourselves in the country and the way things are, we might not or no, they might not really be encouraged to do so. I'd like to cite an example. The youngest female pilot who died, Tolu, if I'm not taken in 2020. Okay, aside the fact that
I'm supposed to say a word before you do. Yes.
So also be done. Sorry, sir. Sorry, man. All right. Aside the fact that probably he was compensated, or the sector was compensated, done to encourage the female counterpart to come out to do something like that. We all know that could be discouragement to the female counterpart. To be the youngest pilot and then died because of something. They could easily be scared of things. But what is being done to encourage them to come out? So I think what we need to do is, because they want to come out and they can do things better, but we should just give them the platform and opportunity, which I want to congratulate Lusa again for such a platform. This is actually a platform for them to know that they can actually do it well and do it better. Thank you so much.
Right, Honorable Sir, Honorable Aroditu, Honorable Princess, I know you from Daudu Shevu. It speaks words of you, sir. Honorable Princess, well, I don't really have a lot of interaction with you, but I've met you once with Small Alaji during your campaign. Then for my own Oga, although I know you still have some reservations, me and you, it's between both of us, and I know.